I could develop interest in law as well. So this is my brief introduction. And for the last year only, I have been looking after the Punjab and Haryana High Court, Chandigarh. So NJDG basically it is a central project, Ministry of Law and Justice, and is being looked after by NIC Pune, and it is centrally developed. But we all are users and High Court coordinators. They are using this NJDG. Every High Court up to District Court and Taluka Court, NJDG is being used and developed and maintained. So let's start with the presentation. It's NJDG, an overview. So what do you think? What is NJDG? National Judicial Data Grid. What comes to your mind? A database, okay. And what else? It's not only a single database, but it's the collection of the databases. Every session division has its own database. Every taluka court has its own database. And it's culminated at a single point, NJDG. That's why it is a grid. And it's a grid of 18,735 districts and subordinate courts and high courts across India. 678 districts and 3,415 court complexes. They are connected to it. And data is being updated in real time. So think of you must have seen power grid. It can be seen, means you can a huge and mammoth grid. This is also very vast and large grid, but it can't be realized. It just can be seen that there are so many connections, thousands of connections, and real-time data is being updated. So definitely there are challenges as well. So so the contents, I have organized this PPT like why NJDG is required, what is the need, and what are the benefits of NJDG. Then I will show the real-time dashboard view live website of the NJDG. New NJDG intranet. It is internet as well as intranet. Internet, what the public perceive, what the public sees on in the public domain, data in the public domain, and intranet, it is available with all the high courts, all the subordinate courts, and it is user based but can be accessed locally. Locally means on NIC network only. Public view is, it can be seen from the internet across the world, but intranet, it is available to all the high courts and district courts through NIC network. And what are the challenges and what the technology is being used and some key statistics. So likewise, I have organized this PPT. So why it is required? When the idea of the NJDG was conceived, there were many problems. Some of the problems are unavailability of tool to identify, manage, and view pendency of cases. It was not known how many cases are pending at district level or at states, and across India, how many cases are pending. which it was not centrally, it was not at all known. That's why one of the biggest requirement was this, which was addressed by NJDG. Absence of timely input for making policy decision and subsequently reduce delay and errors in the system. And scarcity of data to identify bottlenecks and delays during case lifecycle. Bring in transparency in the judicial system and tracking disposal of cases on various parameters. So one of the participants asked this question in the previous session, means anybody if review the MIS and takes the decision. So sir, I must tell you that in every high court, there is one judicial officer who is working as CPC, Central Project Coordinator. So that judicial officer monitors across that particular high court, all the district courts and subordinate courts. So what happens? There are many reports in this MIS, undated cases. When it was started, there were so many undated cases. There was no date at all available on the system. Means litigants were not aware, even judges were not aware what the next date is. Whenever it is listed, then only parties and even advocates came to know that this date is given in this particular case. So by monitoring that report, it was a duty of the CPC to push their colleagues at district level and taluka level to get it done, to get the next dates entered. So as of now, undated cases, only few hundred, and that too of today's cases or a day before. So means it has been reduced to almost zero, if we say. So this is one of the biggest achievement of this NJDG, that across India, nothing is pending. And moreover, it is technically, if I say through Saloni, Postgres is the database, and through Saloni and streaming, next date is streamed as it is entered. So see the beauty, it is entered and it is reflected on the NJDG from Andaman, from Kanyakumari, or wherever from it is available. It is entered, it is reflected at NJDG hosted at NIC New Delhi. So this is the beauty of the system. What are the benefits of NJDG? Improved transparency, efficiency, and accountability in the judicial system. And it's a repository and mine of case data, or district courts and high courts available on public platform. Though each and every high court has its own website, every district court has its own website, still data is available at a central grid named NJDG. Tools for displaying pendency and disposal of cases, and it provides facility to gain insight on pendency and disposal of case data for the entire country, state, or any particular district location at fingertips. On just a click, anything can be known about the case status, judgments, and orders. And moreover, it is not restricted to the judiciary only. It has been through NDSAP, its National Data Sharing and Accessibility Policy of Government of India, from which Open API, Application Program Interface, to Open API, data on NJDG is being shared with various stakeholders, central governments, state governments, and ministries, other semi-government departments, such as insurance companies as well. They seek the data through their API and they can track their cases on real-time basis. They need not to enter the cases in their system. For example, land records. Computerization of land record that has been integrated with this NJDG, and APIs are being shared through Bharat API. Bharat API is the national server of NIC, which is being used for sharing the APIs, not only of judiciary, but of all the departments. APIs are available on that, and onus of giving the permission. For example, any court in UP wants to have, any subordinate courts want to have this access of the API, then he will have to seek the permission through Honorable High Court of the Allahabad. Likewise, any department, excise department has to seek the API, it will have to be given through that particular high court on in whose jurisdiction that department will be. So as of now, and CCTNS and this ICJS, that are also being in the pipeline and are being integrated with judiciary through API. So this duty is not related to the judiciary only, but all the stakeholders who are directly or indirectly related to the judicial system, judicial delivery system, that are being benefited from this NJDG as well as API, sharing of APIs. So High Court management, they can use NJDG to its full potential to manage the courts under its intendance, track the status of every case in the country through a variety of attributes, dynamic data generated and updated continuously. More features are available on NJDG and provided to its High Court and District Court for management and decision making. This is the view, dashboard view in NJDG. So drill down dashboard. In this drill down, you can see the pending cases, status of pending cases, as well as this disposed. And in pending dashboard, only pending cases are there. In disposed cases, there are various type of charts, real time available on it. And this alert dashboard, it shows how many cases are undated cases, how many cases are of pending for more than 1 year, more than less than 1 year, more than 1 to 5 years, 10 years, 20, likewise more than 30 years. And you will wonder, there are many cases who are more than 30 years old, and in spite of all the efforts of the courts, those are not being listed, either because of the advocates or because of the parties, or any legal representative is not available in the case. Not every case is pushed by 3 generations. So those are the cases, but still those can't be disposed of. If it is not taken back, if it is not withdrawn, it can't be. So that's why those are pending. So in spite of having the data that these cases are 30 years old, we are not able to dispose of the case. So technology is beneficial. Technology can give the alert, but ultimate onus of the justice delivery systems not is only with the judges, but all the stakeholders with the system. This NJDG intranet, this is available only to the high courts and district courts through user authentication, through login and password. And it can be accessed from NIC network only. All the high courts are connected to the, and even district courts are connected to the NJDG through intranet, which is being provided by NIC. So there are some other options which are not available publicly. One query builder I will show. Query builder is here. they can build their queries to extract the data, because there can be different perspective, different angles of every judge, every administrative judge, or every person at the management who wants the information to seek the information from different point of views, from different angles. So that's why this query builder has been provided to the district courts and high courts. History of case is also available, and in that, IOs as well as judgments are available. For your benefit, you can see this NJDG website, njdg.ecourts.gov.in. From there, you can go to the High Court website as well. And one is judgments, judgments.ecourts.gov.in. Every judgment of the judiciary, it is available on the judgments.ecourts.gov.in. So NJDG is not related to data only. It is related to the data as well as orders as well as case details. And with sharing of that data through API. As of now, it is not available to private players. It is not given to the individuals. But in plan, it is proposed that sometimes it will be extended to them as well as. Contribution of NJDG to justice delivery system in India provides latest consolidated figures of district-wise pending cases. It's available on a click, and not the data. But if you click that this particular district, suppose Patiala has too many pending cases, you click on the number on the of the cases, it will show year-wise details. And when you click on a particular year, it will show all the cases of that particular year. And if you click on a single case, it will give you the complete history of the case. Whatever will be available, that will be displayed. So in this way, you can see the details of any case across India. Moreover, when any case it is appealed in the High Court, it is related with the CNR. It is integrated with the CNR number. Every case has a CNR number. So district court case has some CNR number. High Court case has some CNR number. Likewise, in Supreme Court, it will be extended CNR number. All three CNR numbers will be linked. If you don't know even the case, whether it is appealed in the High Court or not, it is appealed in the Supreme Court or not. But if you know the case of the district court, on a single click, you can have the idea of the cases, where it is, whether it was appealed or it is under process. Even it shows the data of the caveats can be seen there. NJDG helps to provide timely inputs for making policy decisions to reduce delay in disposing of cases and helps in reducing case pendency. By looking at the MIS reports, the cases which are pending for the last 30 years, for the last 20 years, those can be listed first. It is policy decisions, and it depends on the respective district and session judge and respective chief justice. So it also facilitates better monitoring of court performance and systemic bottlenecks. There are many, there is a report of reasons of delay. Means case is delayed, but why? So that have been categorized, and there are 15-20 categories of delays that have been, means no legal representative. And sometimes off the record, I'm saying if advocate doesn't get his fees, he's not interested in the case. It happens usually, and nobody bothers about the case. And litigants, he's not at all aware. But I must say, he were not aware. They were not aware. Now awareness up to a considerable level has come. And many times I have seen in the High Court argument by the litigants with the advocate. You said my case is listed over there on this date, and it is not registered at all. It is in objection. It happens. This type of awareness that will lead, that will be the ultimate benefit for the justice delivery system. What happens? Even the stakeholders are not aware of the NJDG. Stakeholders are not aware of the aware means what is happening in the cases. I would like to share one of the case. It is for the judges. What happens when a district judge has given a judgment and that is appealed in the High Court? They are not aware of the fate of the case, whether it is sustained or overruled. It is not known to them. But in our case in Punjab and Haryana, every judicial officer gets an SMS that your case so and so appealed in High Court. Judgment is available in your personal information system. You can see that. So he can see whether his point of view that has been honored or the judgment has been reverted. So means this type of means awareness is not only for the litigants, it can be for the judges as well. Even in High Court, if it is referred to large bench, that case, what is the viewpoint of the larger bench? So this knowledge ultimately is for the benefit of the judicial. Aimed at promoting transparency and access to information for all stakeholders in the justice delivery system. NJDG covers all categories of cases, including juvenile justice system. As these cases are being tried by the juvenile courts and juvenile justice boards. So what are the proceedings in the board that is not known to the courts? And even juvenile justice monitoring committee at the High Court that is not aware of what is happening. But this bottleneck has been reduced up to some extent by NJDG. World Bank praised NJDG in the ease of doing business report for 2018 that it made possible to generate case management reports, thereby making it easier to enforce contracts. In ease of doing business, every state government, particularly land records, because for starting a business, if someone is purchasing the land and later on comes to know that this land is disputed, his project vanished or delayed. So he can have the prior information. So most of the high courts, they have integrated their land record system, means district, up to district level, they have integrated revenue courts, they have integrated their system with the NJDG through APIs. So that's ultimately helped in ease of doing business. What are the challenges during the development of this? CIS is implemented as a distributed online web system. This data was stored in local court server. Consolidating this data centrally to present in NJDG was a big challenge. Think of the numbers of courts establishment wise. That data, and technically you can imagine if there is only one database, you have one file, you have to see the data from this one file and you can tell what is there in the file. Every database in itself is a file and you are seeking the information from thousands of files. 18,735 databases there are. And to make them available on a single platform, and that too accessible with a single click, it was a challenge in itself.
achieve this, the distributed data needed to be replicated on a central server. Considering the sheer number of codes in the country, this required high level of coordination. Conversion of data into denormalized form to consolidate state-wise data is challenged due to large scale of implementation. State-wise VMs have been provided, virtual machines have been provided on this NJDG so that data of every state is consolidated over there. It's not feasible to consolidate the data of a country, complete data, but state-wise, it can be completed. It can be consolidated. Navigating the technical challenges related to connectivity at servers at core complexes, integration of Elasticsearch, maintaining privacy and security of data is very important. What happens sometimes, the information seeker, particularly private people, initially what they did they put machine programs, robotics. Suppose a particular case is CWP, Civil Writ Petition 1, 2016. It is shown if you write CWP 1, 2016, data is shown. What they did through machine program, they auto incremented CWP 2, 2016, 3 likewise. So they accessed the website and they exhausted the 99.99% resources of the website. So that's why security had to be implemented. You just see the output and what is the technology behind and what are the challenges behind, you just can't imagine. Moreover, they charged heftily to the advocates for providing that information. Information is available here, but everyone wanted that. Why should I see all the cases? Everything should come to me as an alert through a mobile app. So various private players made mobile apps. So to restrict dot illegitimate users and to give the access to legitimate users, security of the data was done and various technological solutions were put in place so that it is available in free flow to every stakeholder. Need of codification due to different types of nomenclatures across India. Sometimes it is civil writ petition, in other it is writ petition. Then after that it is categorized whether criminal writ or civil writ. So somewhere nomenclature is different, other they call the same case. Somewhere it is regular first appeal, somewhere it is first appeal. So that is why codification was required and national codes were put in place. Whatever code you are using, we are not bothered. We want you map your code with the national code so that because program for to make the program and display the data for every code for their nomenclature, it is not possible. It has to be on a standard procedures so that it is put in place centrally for each and every one. It was one of the biggest challenge and some of the codes are still not being mapped. Maintenance challenges, ensuring the connectivity at local level servers at each code complex. It was a very big challenge which took years to overcome. Managing and distribution of load in individual VM servers. Some of the high courts like Allahabad, Maharashtra, which have more than one benches of the high courts. So for that, to put the data on single VM was not possible. They were provided multiple VMs so that load is not available. So this is one of the maintenance challenge. This distribution of server space to ensure that not too many large code complexes are on the same server. Data is not updated regularly because of several reasons. These are the challenges which are being faced in day-to-day operations and which are addressed. Technology stack, we have used Elasticsearch for putting the data of various VMs on a single place and giving the reports from that single place. So Elasticsearch was used for this. Then we have language PHP and jQuery for development of this. Web server is Apache. Database is PostgreSQL, and visualization tool is FX charts for making various types of graphs and charts. Statistics, total districts are 678. Court complex is 3415. Pending cases, disposed of cases, total orders, total number of high courts 25, pending cases in high courts and disposed cases in high courts. So this is yesterday's figure. If we see today, it will be changed. Today may or may not be, but definitely Monday it will change because Saturday and Sunday. That's so. Thank you. I couldn't get the time to show you live, but you can have the view of njdg.ecourts.gov.in and judgments.ecourts.gov.in.
No problem. Thank you so much, sir. I think not to kind of go back and repeat myself, but very much like the what NJDG does and how it is very unique. It is as a technological accomplishment. It is like very kind of distinct and it is quite reliable for a lot of kind of transactional usage needs as well as research needs. So I would say probably from our experience using NJDG, from kind of the conversations we've had with a lot of other practitioners and other people we collaborate with, there are a few kind of points that I think I would like to kind of mention and raise. I think one thing is you just mentioned it towards the end yourself, sir, that mapping of case types. It's very interesting to kind of really see if you go court state by state and court by court and actually kind of see where there is some variance in the way that certain terms are used. I mean, that's again now a technological issue. It's very much to do with how each high court itself is a very different beast that has its own rules and procedures and history. And so
Still, our High Court, Punjab and Haryana High Court, their
Yes.
case types have not been matched.
exactly.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
And I will share that technological reason. Suppose CWP is the civil writ petition.
Right.
There are so many categories, whether it is habeas corpus or PIL or whatever.
Service,
Those are
yeah.
not different.
Yeah.
Means differentiated.
Yeah.
But on NJDG, it has been differentiated. So in our case, what we use, we are using categories.
Right. Like mapped group. Yeah.
So categories means CWP and category 3.2, for example, I don't know whether it is 3.2 or what. If it is 3.2, it is PIL.
Right.
If it is 3.3, it is of means women related,
Service, huh.
children related. And if it is 3.3 service matter, then further categorize 3.31. It is of service matter Punjab, service
Right.
matter Haryana, service matter Chandigarh, service matter Union of India, whatever. So in our case, if case types as well as these categories are mapped together, this will lead to the national codes.
Right.
But what the problem is, NJDG is designed from the point of view of high courts. If I say 20 high courts, they are means it will do with the CWP only. CWP, PIL, they have written their case types like that.
Yeah.
So for the last more than 20 years, we are using this our software, CWP only, and with the category. So overnight, it can't be changed.
Absolutely.
So either we will have to change software at the High Court, or we will have to change the national plan that for CWP and with category that can be differentiated, then it will assign the unique national code. So this is the bottleneck and the technical hurdle as well.
Yes, absolutely. I was just going to share a small anecdote, which is that earlier in the year, we were doing some work with writ cases across different high courts.
Okay.
And we saw that Gujarat High Court from kind of 2015 onwards, like all of the data that's there, disposed, pending, everything together, had less than 3,000 writ cases. So we were very confused. How is this possible that a high court can have this? And after speaking to a practitioner who practices in Gujarat, they told us that that special civil applications and special criminal applications are actually where a large number of cases that would otherwise be considered writs are classified by that high court. So that kind of variance in what terms mean high court to high court is kind of very much an interesting thing that it probably, there's no technological solution to it. It's very much a question of institutions and
Yes.
people and processes. So it's quite interesting to see how something like that kind of comes in as well. I did want to so one of the things with NJDG again that you absolutely mentioned is that as the data will change from today to tomorrow, it will get updated.
Yes.
So sometimes if you are trying to get something today and then you take half of what you need and then you come back tomorrow, then you'll be
You
like,
won't get.
I need to start again afresh
Yes.
and do the whole thing. Completely fresh. But one of the things that I think this year has been very encouraging and very nice to see is what Professor Bajpai was saying in the morning about maybe like judicial data, criminal justice data, making more sense when it can be read with economic data, social data, education data, infrastructure data. Now that the national data, National Data and Analytics Platform, right, has kind of come, we can see data from NJDG coming there as well. Specifically, yes. Sir?
Yeah. First challenge was to bring the data on a central location.
Right.
And it took so many years, you might be aware of. Now, the second thing comes perfection of the data.
Right.
So we are very close to perfection of the data. So next step will be data analytics. And after that, next step will be put in AI based on that analytics. It will take some time.
It will take time, absolutely.
Yes, definitely there are plannings there so that AI could be put in place and it could speed up the justice delivery system.
Right.
So that will be done. Definitely that will be done.
I think the NDAP currently, there is an API from NJDG where if you wanted to kind of do a visualization and see cases filed by women, maybe court by court,
Yes,
and do
yes,
it alongside
yes.
education or some other
Could you show please
non-judicial data.
NJDG if it is available? It's there.
It's there.
Senior
yes, sir.
citizens, women cases.
Yeah. So those data points that are there,
Yes.
you are able to kind of visualize and analyze them along with non-judicial data now that this platform has come this year. That's also, I think it must be quite.
Pending dashboard, please. You could scroll the drill down.
Yeah.
Scroll the drill down. Sorry, drill down. At the top, drill down, left hand side. Now scroll. Scroll
Below
further.
here.
Scroll further. Case-wise filed cases
Yeah.
by senior citizens, by women, cases disposed. So likewise, and more attributes will be added when there will be analysis and where there will be demand. So definitely it's in pipeline.
Yeah, it's very nice to see kind of this level of disaggregation coming as well.
Thank you, sir. Quite a privilege to hear, as it was stated from the horse's mouth, about the NJDG, because as everyone, I mean, as it must be clear, it's a mystery in some level to all of us. And it's again a very good thing that there are judges in the room from two different parts of the country. Honorable judges are here, and we can probably facilitate a conversation between how NJDG is being used by the judiciary. तो उस बारे में एक तो मेरा वो सवाल है, I think it's for honorable judges, how do they use, as Sudhir ji was explaining, that was one thing. The other is that Ramachandran sir was asking ki how do policy makers use all this data in deciding policy? And I think you had answered that there is an officer at High Court level who ensures that everything is fed. But my question to you is, are you asked by the ministry or the DOJ to generate customized reports for high courts or district courts for them to then formulate policy?
There is a honorable computer committee in every high court and e-committee at the Supreme Court level. So CPC reports to honorable computer committee. It is asked by the computer committee, and DOJs also ask the questions. Even parliament questions also comes. And so it is not like that, means it is not being used. Even some journalists are also interested in this, and every now and then it is being recorded or not? It's live streaming. So I won't share one incident happened last year only, and that was just because of the NJDG. So I must tell, data was reflected wrongly. But based on NJDG, one reporter published something, and there was very much hue and cry, and at the central level was asked. And so some of the persons could save their head hardly just because of this NJDG. But this was just the technological mistake, you may say. Nothing was wrong, but data reflected that was wrong due to some technical glitch. It is monitored by who are not directly related to this, by judiciary, by politicians, by ministers, by various ministries, various secretaries, and various departments, along with the advocates. And there are many instances given by the advocates. My data is reflected wrongly. They give complaints to the high courts or to the district courts.
The entire purpose of the intranet is so that it can be used to arrive at policy decisions by the decision makers. But does the NJDG at any point track the use of the intranet? Like, to what extent is it actually being used? Or is there a way to do that?
No, certainly not.
Okay.
But it can be tracked.
Okay.
But as many people those are aware of NJDG, awareness is quite less from that point of view. But still, people at the districts level, they are now aware of the intranet, and they are using it. When use will be increased, then success will also.
Thank you.
Yeah, even I had a query as a judicial officer, like, can we have data integration in NJDG? Because in criminal matters, especially the formal witnesses, the police witnesses, some of whom retire, generally what reports we get on the summons and warrants is that this police personnel has retired, and we cannot trace that person now. And that is one of the major reasons for the delay.
Yes.
And the police has a system of maintaining this. They have a PNO number, which is a unique number given to every police personnel. So can we have a data integration in the NJDG that every police?
It involves stakeholder ICJS and CCTNS that will have to be integrated with this. I'm not aware of whether it is being, on this particular point, they are being integrated or not. But certainly, these two softwares are being integrated with the NJDG. And I will take the matter with the CCTNS team, NIC team at Delhi headquarters, so that you are.
Because this is a major reason for the delay, that the formal witnesses cannot be traced, especially those who have retired.
Yes.
And the police, I think the police personnel, they have the data. They have I think in their servers, they might be having the permanent residences of those police personnel. The second issue is regarding the under trials. Some under trials who have been enlarged on bail, they are not, they are languishing in jails because of verification of their security records. Like the revenue records, it is sent for verification to the tehsils. The physical verification takes a lot of time. So if the revenue records can be integrated with the NJDG and it can be verified electronically, then I think the release would be immediate.
Yes, you are very right. But surety, basically in CIS, the software being used at the district courts, no surety module is there, what I suppose. But in Punjab and Haryana High Court, one software, SIMS, surety information management system is being used. That is as of now not integrated with this revenue record, but your point is well taken. And if it is integrated and verification could be done electronically at the Patwari level, you may say. So in that case, electronic alerts can be generated. Please, sir.
What is the ultimate vision? When can the litigant look at the computer and find out where he stands or where his case stands?
What is the ultimate vision?
Yeah. What kind of, do you think at some stage the litigants will be able to look at or have access to the system and find out
Sir,
where?
ultimate vision is this, that litigant need not to come to the court. You see the average footfall of the litigants at the courts unnecessarily. So if litigant did not have to come to the courts and on his or her mobile, he can have the status, have the summons, have the orders, decrees, whatever, through email as well. And means complete transparency is there. He can't be befooled by some of the stakeholders. If that is possible, that will be the ultimate vision. If he could see the court proceedings while sitting in his car through his mobile,
So
at some point,
when do you think we will reach there?
technically that is feasible. But if I see, it's my personal view, what I must say, it is not my vision. It will take several decades, considering the volume of the India, volume of the cases, and the infrastructure required for this, for funding that infrastructure, all connectivity moreover.
But things like ICJS is already there. ICJS interfaces with. So don't you think that kind of information systems would be possible even today, real time basis? They are for example, updating these systems.
The interoperability between the various systems, that is technological, though it is feasible, but there are practical difficulties. And moreover, more the different systems handshaking with each other, more the complexity, and there are more chances of the dilution of data. So there are various bottlenecks which needs to be addressed. Technically, everything is feasible. But there are practical difficulties.
Sir, we are seeing some degree of like at least some of these things that you were just mentioning, right? At least certain high court courtrooms are being live streamed on YouTube. Certain
Yes.
So we are seeing kind of the
Yesterday only we
integration,
have seen, yes.
yeah, of
CGI.
paperless and digital and everything else. And so as that kind of picks up and takes off, which we are sure to see, I think, in the coming years, it'll definitely move faster, right? Like this is a rolling stone itself.
In this case, I would like to share that paperless court, you may say, for the last 7-8 years, we are trying paperless courts, and we were the first high court to send the digitally signed bail orders, Punjab and Haryana High Court. So what happens in case of paperless court? Judge is having his soft copy having different page number, and advocate is having different page numbers. There are many technically everything is possible, everything is feasible. But to say practically we will achieve this from a technocrat point of view, I would say it will take decades. Advocates, they are using for filing their returns, they are using digital signatures. But in judiciary for filing the case with their digital signature, oh no, I don't do this. It is done by my munshi, by my clerk. So these are the difficulties which we have to overcome, and definitely mindset also we have to change. Young lawyers and next generation, which is more tech savvy than the previous one. So definitely we will achieve the goals, but it will take some time.
Sir,
Theoretically, it can be achieved anytime. It is because it is technically feasible.
just a small
Sir.
question. How often we look at the classifications? I mean, what I want to know is like, do we review the classifications once it is made, or we try to take up new classifications as it comes?
Classification of?
I mean, review of classification, basically. Whatever classifications that you make.
Yes.
Like, do we review, like, let's say, after 2 years, we want to create some more categories?
It is reviewed periodically. The pace was slow previously, but definitely it will increase because we have achieved the targets of putting all the data on NJDG and putting it correctly. This also has been achieved. So definitely pace will increase.
It is. Yes.
I just had one more query, that can we use NJDG to track the service of process? Like
no, sir. No, it is not available as of now. But in some of the courts, ballots have been given the devices, process servers have been given devices, and those are geotagged while they are completing the service or not. If room locked, house locked, they just can't say, they have to put their picture and geotagged it, that it is actually locked. So
whatever is being, served through police, that will get reflected.
In case of criminal, it is served through.
It will get reflected in the CCTNS. And CCTNS, when it talks to the national system.
Sir, you are very right.
Yeah.
I was talking from civil perspective. In criminal cases, it is served through police. And we have done in Punjab, through Sanj centers, we are serving the summons. Sanj centers. And even police personnel, they give the complete, and we did pilot project with Ludhiana police through Ludhiana Sanj center, and now these are being served in Pan Punjab.
So through CCTNS, it will be possible to patch that.
Yes, it is possible, but what happens? It is not integrated across the India. So I'm not aware, you are from, I think, UP. You know, I'm not aware of the status of UP. At some places it has been solved, but still its status is not available at NJD as of now.
it will again save a lot of time for the court.
Definitely, once it is integrated with CCT and NES, so indirectly it will be available on NJDG as well. But it will take some time.
Whether it is possible for grouping and classification of cases in the NJDG. When we get the case details in the NJDG, then we can group the similar type of cases or the similar type of group the cases so that it could be decided faster. Is it possible?
In every high court, I'm not aware of district courts, there is a grouping cell which groups the cases.
That is in CIS.
That is in CIS.
That is basically you have to place the cases in the group or in the classification section. But so far as automatically fetching the AI.
Once national courts are mapped across the India, after that it can be achieved. Not before that.
Okay.
Because national courts could not be mapped for each and every high
There
court.
must be certain search type of documents so that the cases which are pending in the same district court or the high court, they could be integrated together. They could be clubbed together. They could be grouped together so that it could be decided in the one judgment.
It can be done, and even help of artificial intelligence can also be taken. But quality of data and the parameters, as of now, those parameters are not available in CIS. Once awareness will increase and demand will increase, definitely that will be the next step.
That if we can have a data like under trials who are more than 60 years of age, or under trials who are facing trial in offenses punishable up to 7 years. So even the court can utilize that data to decide those cases.
Yeah, that can
The
be
priority
done.
basis.
That can be done. From query builder, you can fetch the data. From intranet NJDG, query builder, you must be having system officer at district level. So you can ask him to build this query for me from your own point of view. You can have different queries and you can analyze yourself and you can group at your own.
Basically, what the problem is, the data is not completely fed in the computer. And when we will not feed the computer well, then we will not get the classified data.
Yes.
The first and foremost problem is the entry of the cases. Our rule says that as soon as the application is filed or a case filed, it will be placed of the court. Meaning thereby you don't have any time to feed every minute field in the case of the in the computer. And it will go to the court. We want some change in the rule so that we could get an initial classification of the data, classification of cases, and complete data is to be fed in the computer. Then only it will be beneficial. Otherwise, no, nothing.
Yes.
Merely feeding a case and sending it to the court doesn't mean anything. Meaning there you are writing the same in the register.
Date of institution.
Date of institution.
That is very important.
Date of institution, age of the parties, name of the parties, their addresses, complete addresses, postal addresses as well.
Yes.
Even one more field is to be added. That is, I think, Aadhaar card number.
Yes.
It is to be fed in there so that we could trace them. Some subsequent at subsequent level, we are going to integrate all these data. So for that purpose, we could identify them.
Very true.
Thank you everyone for this wonderful session. We have another session. So thank you very much, sir. We'll begin with the next session in a few minutes. For the next session, we have Mr. N. Ramachandran, Mr. Sanjay Vashisht, and as a discussant, we have Professor Dr. Shruti Bedi.
Status will come. But 3 months ago, what was there? That will be, you can see the order of a particular date. And putting that data in public domain will require huge infrastructure. So, not right.
Good afternoon, everyone. We'll start with the third session of the day. It is on measuring citizen satisfaction of the quality of law enforcement and measuring the level of public trust in the police. As presenters, we have Mr. N. Ramachandran and Mr. Sanjay Vashisht from the Indian Police Foundation. And as a discussant, we have with us Professor Dr. Shruti Bedi, Professor at UILS Chandigarh. So before we begin with your presentation, sir, please give a brief introduction about where you are from and what kind of work you do. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Ramchandran. I was in the Indian Police Indian Police Service, 1978 batch, Assam Meghalaya cadre. And I retired as DGP. And after that, I sort of started the Indian Police Foundation. And we have Madam Maya Daruwala, who is here. She is one of our founding members. Sanjay is one of our honorable members. And so the Indian Police Foundation is a multidisciplinary think tank in which we bring together serving and retired police officers. We have a number of NGOs, people from the academia, research scholars. We have persons from the media, lawyers, people from the armed forces. So it is a truly interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary kind of organization. And broadly, we work on police reform themes, trying to generate, what Sanjay will be speaking about, evidence-based policing. That is one of our themes. So I'll come to what, so briefly I'll tell you about the Indian Police Foundation also and the background, why we started this. I have a couple of slides on that. So I want to begin by saying that apart from its traditional law enforcement role, the police also has a very key role in protecting our democratic institutions, which is something that is falling by the side these days. So that is one of our major, concerns. So to begin with, again, I want to again highlight that policing or the role of the police is not very defined anywhere. Almost anything that is not defined falls within the duties of the police. So he is the first responder, he or she is the first responder, protector of life and properties, all kinds of things, prevention, investigation, etc. And the policeman is also the largest ambulance service in the country. Again, some studies have shown that the largest number of patients are transferred to the hospitals by police vehicles and not on ambulances. So I'm just trying to say that police is, doing almost everything. And we did some calculation on different states, and we found that some states, the police are required to enforce something like 250 to 300 legislations, acts, both central and state legislations. Recently, when the COVID pandemic struck, we tried to, of course, before that, I want to say that police was again called upon to, as all of you are aware, to enforce the pandemic related legislations and even things which were not known, even the laws which did not exist, they were supposed to enforce. And during this period, we also did, the Indian Police Foundation tried to do a real time. Every day we were trying to collect information from the states to find out how many policemen were falling sick, because a very large number of policemen becoming, sick meant that their own operational preparedness was getting affected. So we were trying to collect information from every state to find out how many, and especially in the first two, stages of the pandemic, large numbers of policemen were falling sick and even dying. We collected names of about 2,712, as I have seen, shown here, people died, policemen, but actually this number would be something like 4,200. I don't have the list of those people. That is why we are not showing those numbers. And after the, in the third phase, of course, we stopped collecting that information, especially after the Omicron variety came in. So coming back to police's jobs, see, police has been doing a fairly okay kind of job, although Maya will not agree with me, but they have been largely successful in keeping India safe from terrorism, insurgency, conflict, disorder, etc. But how do the citizens perceive the police? That is a very interesting question that we wanted to find out. His presentation will be about that. But again, coming back to the police's present situation, even 75 years after independence, our colonial mindset prevails in the policing landscape. Excessive policing methods, disproportionate use of force, insensitive behavior, custodial violence, paramilitary culture, weak internal controls within the systems, and weak accountability systems, and very low levels of trust in the police. The DNA of colonial policing culture and its mindset have come to stay. And in spite of the drastic social changes that we are experiencing, the technological upheavals that we are experiencing, our system, we are still holding on very dearly to the 1861 Indian Police Act, 160 years into freedom. Excessive political control is a major problem, and that is one of the reasons why nobody wants to change 1861. Politicization of the police is known to every one of you sitting here. It's not only of the police as a whole, it is about politicization of investigation, politicization of discussions on crime, whatever happens even on TV, it's all through the political lens that we look at everything. Unlike in other democracies where, criminal justice is completely, or at least substantially, removed from politics. So there is too much of manipulation of police budgets. That is how they squeeze the police. Interfering with administrative matters, selections, postings, etc. And then another thing known to every one of you is the huge problems of, policemen themselves. First of all, they are very understaffed in many states. And there is very poor work-life balance and mental health issues and all kinds of things. Very huge incidents of mental health and suicides within the police. And in spite of the fundamental role that the police plays in internal security and many other important matters, the police and policing as such has not been receiving appropriate attention of states and central governments. So there has been a very long years of neglect and under-resourcing that police has been. So at the same time, there are also very encouraging stories. Very large number of, I know, very large number of police officers, not only IPS officers, even sub-inspectors or even constables. There are a lot of young officers joining the police who are driven by a lot of passion to improve things. So some people are, doing technology to improve services. Some people are bringing about other systemic changes. A lot of good things are happening, but then these are not being institutionalized. So one man comes and does some good things and goes away. The next man comes and completely throws it out and then starts his own. So that is becoming a major issue. And in these days of disruption, policing cannot continue the way it has been continuing. There has to be much more intellectual activity, questioning what is being done all these days. Is it right? Is it the right way of doing? Asking questions, researching, and producing the data. That is not happening. And that is one of the reasons why we thought we should have a foundation in which a multidisciplinary group of people come together. And that was the background in which we started this Indian Police Foundation, which was inaugurated 5-6 years back by Shri Rajnath Singh, who was the then Home Minister of India. So it is a multidisciplinary think tank, as I mentioned to you. Now, this much is the background. And I will also take a couple of slides to show you some global data which are relevant to policing. This is the Global Peace Index, which some of you may be knowing about. Every year they bring out the Global Peace Index. And India has been, very persistently rated between 130 and 130. This time it is 135th rank, which is very low down. And in the Global Terrorism Index, we are the 12th most impacted country in the world, impacted by terrorism. And according to the Institute of Economics and Peace, they say that this is a global figure. Impact of violence in the year 2021 was, this is the economic impact, was 16.5 trillion US dollars. This is the global impact, which means that 10.9% of global GDP was going only because of violence and crime, all these things together. And even in India, we must have lost something like 573 billion US dollars last year. And the economic impact was calculated at about 991 billion. And every year, these figures are being shown by these researchers. And there is another research that comes out on what is called Positive Peace Index. And in this, India has been rated at 85. Corruption level is 85. India is, so now this background I wanted to give you, and now we come to the measuring of satisfaction of, that is citizen satisfaction and also public trust. Now, I don't have many solutions to offer here. We did this last year. I am here to ask you guys who are real researchers to guide us how we can proceed further in finding the right kind of metrics. So I will mention to you what we did last year, and I have circulated a report on what was done last year, but we would like to do this every year, and we would like to do it better every year. So the background of why we have to do this is that policing in a democracy has to be based on the principle of policing by consent. And that policing is a service, and we are not a police force. We are not an occupying force. So police have to do what may be called the minimum use of force. Cooperation and trust of the people are extremely important for proper successful functioning of the police. So the presumption is that public trust is central to citizens' cooperation and compliance. Based on the presumption that when citizens believe that police actions are lawful, they are legitimate and reasonable and fair, then they tend to trust the police more. So what are the challenges that we faced? The first challenge is about construction of a metric to measure the perceptions of satisfaction, citizen satisfaction, and trust. So look at the metric as a tool to capture a more complex social reality. Is it a necessary oversimplification, this metric? How do we guard against some kind of an optical illusion? So I will just go. So as Professor Vajpayee had in his morning talk mentioned about, we have to make these metrics, they have to be quantifiable. They have to be subject to a common standard of evaluation, and we should be able to, and the metric itself should be able to tell us more about the levels and not just the outcomes. So these are some of the things that we thought we should keep in mind. So some of the questions that we have are, how do we measure? Against what standards that we measure? What are the criteria for measuring? And how do we identify the right kind of indicators, and how do we develop a reliable satisfaction index? So what we did, the Indian Police Foundation did was last year, we took the smart policing initiative of the Prime Minister. He said one day in 2014 while addressing the DGPs that police should be strict and sensitive, modern and mobile, alert and accountable, reliable, responsive, and techno-savvy and trained. So this is what he said. So we thought, let us take these as the standards, because this is something that the Prime Minister himself made a vision and made it known to the police officers. So we thought we will take this as the standards, which the government also has proclaimed. But we made some slight changes on this, because it was difficult to measure against, and it was also leaving out some very important areas. So what we did was we divided this into two categories. One was competence based and the other was legitimacy and values based or ethics based. So competence based was easy to find out what are the, do the public really think that the police have the competence to deliver their functions properly? Do they have the training? Do they have the resources? Do they have, the the technical skills. These are competence-based skills. And then we decided to have a separate set of things, which we thought we will call them legitimacy-based and values-based. So questions like, do the people believe that the police are just and fair? Are they sensitive in their dealings with the people? Are they grounded in the principles of professional ethics and rule of law? So these kind of questions we started discussing. And out of them, we again developed these items like police efficiency, professional knowledge and skills, then use of forensics, technology, training, etc. on one side, and integrity and corruption-free service on the other. Fair, unbiased, and lawful policing, that is constitutional policing, sensitive, helpful, and friendly behavior with the people. Then the absence of brutality and third-degree measures, custodial violence, etc. And finally, accountability. Because these are the issues which are difficult, and at the same time, people do value these items much more than their real skills with the rifle or with the pistol. You know, so during this, the report we have circulated during our survey, we got about 161,000 responses from the people across the country. Again, I must confess that these 161,000 were very skewed. Some states sent too many, and some states we got very few. So it was not very evenly distributed throughout the country. This year we are trying to come over that little differently. We are going to do it this year by involving again various kinds of academic institutions so that we'll get the help of students and people from the academia so that we can have more access to, responses from the people, from the citizens. So this is something which I have explained, competence-based and values-based. And we found that people valued a competent police, of course. Trust was substantially depending on their competencies. But at the same time, people valued the ethical values or professional values of the police far more. And those people scored better, better levels of satisfaction as well as trust. So this was an overall finding that we got at the end of our analysis. So this is that slide. Citizens do want their police to be professionally competent and capable of delivering their policing functions. But at the same time, they gave more importance to police's professional ethics, fairness, and impartiality, honesty, and freedom from what may be called corruption. And another interesting thing that came was people who have actually had contact with the police, how did they respond? We found that those who had contact with the police, they thought of the police slightly better than those who had nothing to do with the police. In fact, people who had nothing to do with the police have written that policemen are all corrupt, they're all useless, that kind of things. Many people have written like that, but at the same time, they say we had no contact with the police. But this is something which is very interesting, why this is happening, but then this is a fact of life. So this time we are slightly changing our way of asking these questions. The questionnaires are being designed slightly differently. Again, I will need help from the academia on this. But when there are deeply negative feedback, some police officers got very angry with me. Some DGPs called me and said, how do you say that our police is bad? I said, I am not saying This is what the people from your state are saying. But at the same time, we were saying that, look, this is something which should give you an opportunity to do some introspection and ask yourself, don't you think this is an opportunity to find out why they are responding like this? There must be some reason why the people are responding this way. So what have triggered the negative perceptions? What factors disappoint the citizens most? What can be done to improve the quality of these responses? So there are limitations again. First of all, in the police, it is very difficult, like in judiciary, of course, it is very difficult to please both parties. So the persons who lose their case, they usually say that, look, these fellows are all corrupt. And those kind of things. So there are limitations to perception survey. And but we should see these surveys as serving certain purposes also. They do help in a real-time monitoring of public sentiments, which is very important, and offers very useful visualizations of the police functioning, which can be used by police policymakers. So that is what we feel. So we need more rigorous methodology. As I was mentioning, our own methodology needs further look and further improvement. And this is where we need to collaborate with the academia and other practitioners from other fields, especially with the lawyers and members of the judiciary. And so this is all that I have to say. Now I'll leave the mic to my colleague.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible? Thank you. Let me at the outset thank Vice Chancellor Sir for having us here. It's a bit belated. The conference should have happened at least on this subject matter. Thank you. But it's never too late to implement these policy decisions, even in the form of a PIL, before court, to have some actual change in terms of real practical policing, as and when we go back from this conference. My name is Sanjay Vashisht. I'm a practicing lawyer at the Supreme Court of India, also a standing counsel for certain central government agencies, and also happen to represent Delhi Police in various capacities. Sir has highlighted a very, very important aspect on citizen satisfaction of policing, which is mostly subjective. Obviously, the narrative is shaped by what we vicariously observe. Now, you may have an individual getting roughed up on the road. The bystanders are likely to witness that and vicariously learn. So just to highlight, sir, even if they never had a contact with the police, they, I am sure, had a vicarious contact with the police, or had seen some movie or a television. That may be a one factor which may be taken into account. Now, in 2016, if ma'am may recall, there was a conference at Himachal Pradesh in Shimla on policing. And I was there to speak on evidence-based policing. Top cop, this is being live streamed, no names, was present there and came out of the auditorium and told me, Sanjay, what do you know here? You're very young. What do you know about policing? This is all theory. Evidence-based policing, you think about my intuition, having spent 30 years in the policing world. My intuition and experience has to have some value. Or what, you can go back to the library and prepare a note on policing and we will try and implement that. Sir, with due respect, I mean, your experience and intuition is very, very indispensable. It's very valuable, and don't get offended. It's the idea, but it's being done in the West, and experience plays a very important role. So the issue is with intuition-based policing. I mean, that is not going to work. It's costly. We don't have that kind of money, and it doesn't work on any level. In England and Wales, there was a problem with bar brawls, a lot of fights. I mean, I met Sir at Oxford. Sir was invited to Oxford in 2012, I suppose, to deliver a lecture. There was a major issue, and no matter how fancy these universities may sound, the students, after having a maybe a few drinks somewhere, they end up quarreling. And this was a major issue, at least in Wales, as I witnessed. It was very costly. You have to prosecute somebody. There is prosecution, arrest. Taxpayers' money goes into. On multidisciplinarity, as Sir had highlighted, some scientist, if I may label that individual as a scientist, came out with an idea that, let's start distributing free chocolates, because after consuming liquor or alcohol, serotonin level in the blood decreases, aggression increases. And as a pilot project, at around 30 odd bars, they started to distribute free chocolates. And bar brawls came down significantly. A 10 pence chocolate making that difference is evidence-based policing. And intuition continues to play a very important role. So I will therefore start. I'm sorry. Lot of guidelines by Supreme Court. There's a Prakash Singh judgment. There's a contempt, I also believe, pending insofar as the judgment is concerned. I'm not sure about the fate that contempt. But that judgment is much awaited, and I'm hopeful that Police Foundation and Madam Daruwala will do something about that to revive that litigation. But let me give a brief introduction as to what is evidence-based policing. Random patrol, rapid response, reactive investigation is a very conventional mode or method of policing. You have random patrols. There was a study in Texas, even areas where police happened to have crossed while attending a 911 call was interpreted by bystanders, by the onlookers and bystanders as something related to policing presence. Crime rates, objective crime rates, graffiti, and all those signs of criminogenic activities tend to go down. The problem that we face is over policing of marginalized and socioeconomically backward societies as well in certain areas. That is also to be borne in mind while we study this approach. But as we see, at least in the global south now, there seems to be an emerging trend on targeting, testing, and tracking policing. So it has nothing to do with random patrol anymore. We know that crime displacement is an issue. You start patrolling one area more, you over police certain marginalized society more, the crimes are going to be displaced. And that is a well researched fact. At least in the West, we don't have such researches, as Sir had rightly pointed out in the morning. In the absence of a robust database, we can hardly have any reliable studies and potential outcomes. The growing adoption of triple T technique, yes, one issue is with certain segment of our police officers who really want the authority and power to continue the way it has been since the colonial days. And if I may take this liberty, this is precisely what Police Foundation is trying to advocate for. But the power dynamics are such that it's a little difficult task. It may happen to be a slower change. Testing has to do with testing policies. In Agra, there is a conspicuous place where there was a lot of chain snatching. You have somebody, some officer deploy 5 or 10 officers at that moment, but you don't know that hotspot has now shifted to location B. And I've also always thought and wondered, why can't we have a spontaneous or live database when it comes to only insofar as registration of FIRs are concerned? And that is going to address this issue of hotspot policing and crime displacement in terms of evidence-based policing. Because, I called up 112 the other day, there was some emergency. And I started by saying I represent Delhi police in various capacities, and they are a wonderful force in so many ways. But I had an issue. I had called up 112, and it took some time because they kept calling me that they are unable to find me. And I said, by the time you find me, I may not be found. It's been some time. And so these are certain things which we obviously will have to address. But testing the incumbent policy framework is very, very important in terms of hotspot policing. We have community policing where, informers are being encouraged to report crimes. And when it comes to testing policy frameworks, we also need to emphasize on indoor crimes. We had an unprecedented lockdown. And I'm sure all of us wondered as to what do we do about indoor crimes like domestic violence. And this is what evidence-based policing can assist us with. Now we have some illustrations of randomized control trials. This entire concept has been borrowed from medical jurisprudence, where procedural justice and politeness, these are some randomized control trials like pilot projects in a given social setting. Polite conduct of the police, ensuring procedural justice and fairness, even informing a complainant about what is happening with their FIR or the final report has contributed to procedural fairness. So these studies basically constitute evidence-based policing, which is other than the intuition. Experience is very, very important. And that is how we are able to come out with robust studies as well. And again, with the problem with the data, yet there was a finding that enhanced police legitimacy, such studies, promoted self-compliance, increased reporting of indoor crimes, and helps combat terrorism. I also recall drafting a detailed project report on acid attack victims, vitriolage, which is, this is the weapon, this bottle. The conviction rate is all-time low. It's 11% across India. We came out and I think the law came into existence in 2013, 326 ABC. Despite that, acid attacks have gone up by 500%. So we know penal populism does not do any good. By enacting statutory provisions, we hardly deter crimes. Again, why we need evidence-based policing, that legislative framework will not be able to achieve the end goals as we deem. In this study, I did some thorough research and it transpired that acid attack is the ultimate crime, which starts with eve teasing and molestation. Had the legitimacy of police been such that the victim had felt comfortable, I hope my voice is not too loud. I am equipped with 2 mics now. And as a lawyer, I can't help but to speak in this. But the legitimacy of this institution was not such which allowed the victim to report preliminary offenses. No offender carries acid on the first date कि आज मैं आपसे प्यार करता हूं और अगर आज आपने accept नहीं करा, so there you go. And this is where our policy framework intuition seems to be not working. There is a Lakshmi's judgment. Curb the sale and purchase of acid. It's easily available. We send certain individuals, I send my associate, please get some acid. Easily procurable. 50 rupees, you get hydrochloric acid, sufficient to ruin 3-4 lives. And these perpetrators have absolutely no remorse. But the idea is to, cause this gendered offense, which is the basic motive behind it. Now to also highlight other aspects of policing. And I really wanted to emphasize on this. It's not too remote. It's still within the proximity. There was a lockdown on 23rd March, 2020. On 24th March, I received a call from one of the ACPs. Sir, what do we do now? We will all get COVID. Getting some calls about domestic violence. I said, wear something, 2 masks, do something about it. No, police officers are scared. So many offenders must have gone by at checkpoints because they were not willing to open the window and nobody wanted to speak to the potential offenders. I wanted to understand as to what should be done because these offenses are hardly, we all know battered woman syndrome. These are seldom reported. And when reported, it has to be on the extreme front. Some countries started mediation. Some countries came out with ordinances and bylaws allowing victims of domestic violence to come out of their home during lockdown to approach the nearest police station. We don't have that sort of infrastructure. Even if they come out, they won't find an auto rickshaw. What do we do? Then I started to write to then commissioner and everyone that we need to be, prepared. And when we sign up for either army or we were signing up for risks, and this is maybe one of them. But that time it was very scary, like that monkey man during my childhood days in Delhi. That, you better get back and start studying at 6 p.m. But this is one aspect where we have really lagged behind. And now we are still facing, I think somebody spoke on judicial reforms and all those aspects. The backlog seems to have gone up, but that is not due to COVID. Now, crimes going up. We always discuss crimes in terms of data. The British Crime Survey also records subjective crimes in a very anonymous way. You would go to every door, ask them if you've been a victim of domestic violence, it's all anonymous. We need that kind of a database, sir. We need to make it confidential, and that is how we are able to come out with policies for effective policing of indoor crimes. Terrorism may have objective implication, but that is also an indoor crime. I mean, sir, it's the planning part, the assistance which are provided to such perpetrators. These things will only happen when we are able to work on indoor aspect. Crime displacement during lockdowns were first identified by the British police. They identified that, yes, although certain robberies and all these offenses have gone down, but the vacant places are now being robbed. Indoor crimes are increasing. What do we do? A spontaneous or live database would allow us to see as to where this displacement has happened. And sir, if we also recall, there was a meeting at NCRB, I think it was in 2017 or 18, that they were trying to tie up with ISRO on hotspot policing, that every PCR vehicle will be equipped with a GPS navigator, and they will start.
Now the technology itself has
Advanced. Right. Crime. Oh. Crime map, right, sir. Hmm. Hmm. Right. It is. Right. Right. Sir. Right. That is also the need of the hour. I really wonder as to why this is not being implemented.
In fact, because what commercial uses now, some places, the hotspots, crime hotspots, the property prices will come down.
Yeah.
Rentals will come down. So,
Right. Police. Right. Very well. No. It is. Well, absolutely.
war is too important. War is too important.
Right. That's a fact. Everybody's a party. Right. Now, Delhi police also highlighted as to how violent crimes had come down during lockdown. Obviously, physical presence would make a change. And we are still trying to understand what if now we, as we see global warming and all the causal mechanisms associated, such viruses will come back and we will have lockdowns again. We need to be better equipped. But a time has come, either academic institutions take up this endeavor. BPRND, I am sure, is already and will continue to take up such endeavors. But these are myths that violent crimes had come down. There is a study which was carried out in a close proximity, even though physical and objective economical crimes had come down, electronic crimes had gone up by 700%. How many people had won lottery of $500 million? And the perpetrator only wanted 1,000 rupees to transfer that $500 million. But the people end up doing that. And these crimes are seldom reported. This is again a state-of-the-art technique. You rip off a victim to a tune of 1,000 to 5,000, they are not going to be bothered. कि 10,000 तो कोई और ले लेगा complaint draft करने के. So crime going down and we assessing crime on the basis of data which is available is no model. And I have my own doubts on legitimacy or credibility of reports with due respect to all these reports. I urge that somebody comes forward and we have to, with your doubts on the judiciary taking this up or not taking this up, at least there has to be an endeavor to come out with a live or spontaneous. Some countries have started to, at least at a regional level with live or spontaneous reporting of crime. That today's rate is so and so, these districts had reported. So I don't know, sir, if this is available in India at any given state. But this is the only mechanism which will equip us to come out with effective models of policing, and the state's money will then be applied in the right direction. Right. Right. Not a trend here. Yes. Yes, sir. Certainly. People don't reveal. But there hasn't been any effective effort in certain parameters. Right. Now, sir, to illustrate on this issue, one erstwhile DGP of the state of Rajasthan had a MOU with MIT and Stanford. And this study happened for a period of 1 year, where there was an embargo on transfers. Every rank and file officer was given a predictable holiday. Endeavors were made to reunite them with their families. And by the end of the study, MIT and Stanford reached a logical conclusion based on subjective surveys, which sir had just highlighted. Legitimacy of police had gone up significantly. Procedural fairness index had increased. Indoor crimes were reported now. Trust inter se police and the citizen had also increased. But unfortunately, I must also highlight that the minute the learned DGP retired, the policies were rolled back. Our quest to or endeavor to adopt evidence-based policing has to be a long-term goal policy, because I'm sure the other respectable head of the police institution had better experience and intuition than the evidence-based policing could offer. It's done. I'm on the second last. Now, evidence-based policing has been cost-effective. We know that it will also, lead to better resources. It's a multidisciplinary quest. It's based on research findings, supported with experience. It requires it requires a lot of multidisciplinary endeavors. Has been adopted by the global north, and I think some endeavors have started, and it's a good indicator. Even the state of Rajasthan. Most importantly, it tends to depoliticize policing. It depoliticizes penal populism. This is where I will conclude that depoliticizing policing and lawmaking can only be achieved by evidence-based policing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ramachandran and Mr. Sanjay Vishisht, for sharing your thoughts and your hard work in assessing the kind of problems and issues that one is facing in the domain of policing in our country. And I think there is a lot of work which has been done by institutions which you have been pioneering. And of course, as an advocate who has been involved in such depth with the Delhi police working. But I think the concern really remains around in any democracy, the distance which is still there between the public and the police. And that is why I think all the problems which have been highlighted by both of you have come into focus. Because when we look at the core functions of the police, which is crime detection or crime prevention or crime maintenance, maintaining peace, law and order, the satisfaction of the citizen is still lacking. And it has not changed to the extent that it should have. So somewhere we, like you said, sir, that when I spoke to the DGPs and, they were taken aback that when I told them that the people or the public are not happy with the police and the work that they're doing, it somewhere reflects on the situation that maybe the police is still unaware of the kind of impact that they have on the society. And that is the gap that we need to, eliminate. And I think somewhere the police going in and making an impact with the public, which means the beat police have a lot of role to play, especially, for any common person to have any kind of nuisance in their neighborhood. Like in a neighborhood, you have strangers coming in. There is a sense of insecurity just by the presence of those elements. But the presence of the police in that area, which may be having a certain kind of contact with the people. So data, statistics, all good. But I think somewhere we need to really push the police to go and interact more with the people and the public, just for any kind of reason, even for a small thing. And I think, like you said, that when people were more in contact with the police, their perception about the police was much more better.
Yeah. So, this is again a proven aspect that pre-existing relationships between police and the people, they proved to be better in many difficult situations. Like, for example, when, you read about communal disturbances in, let's say, in the city of Hyderabad. So immediately, policemen immediately spring into action and start making what are called peace committees. Okay. Now, these peace committees do not work when they are set up after a communal tension has started, because that element of distrust remains. But where there is an existing relationship between police and the citizens, there is far, more robust relationships.
Like Kerala had the Jan Maitri.
So it's not only in Kerala. Jan Maitri has done very well. Kerala is one of the good examples. But now community policing is being practiced in many states in the country. But as you said, what happens is some SPs are very proactive and they go out of their way to cultivate that relationship. And when that person gets replaced by another guy who may be very distant, and that distance between the SP and his staff and the community, that gets reflected even now. Somehow the entire thing goes for us. So this community policing has been extremely effective. Today, Sanch was being mentioned. Sanch is an extremely, very successful kind of experiment. So Sanch is one, Jan Maitri is one. Even in Tamil Nadu, there are in different states, they have done extremely well. Again, a very interesting thing. was about the Thoothukudi where these two persons were killed. Remember the Satan Kulam. It is slightly where near Tirunelveli, Thoothukudi is. No, Thoothukudi is also an airport, but that is a port city. Port city, and it is on the seaside. So there also, you know, there are certain pockets where the police have very difficult relationships with the people. And those places are the places where there is custodial violence, there is third-degree measures and all that. And there are certain other pockets where policemen have very good relations with the people. And there the crime rate is less. And the incidence of these kinds of third degree and custodial violence and those things are also less. So as you said, this has been proven that existing relationships, they tend to be more successful than last minute, you know, peace committees which are set up after something has happened.
But Ramchandra, I have one doubt on this thing. You may verify. See, what happens, the reach of community policing is limited only to certain kind of situations, and its effectiveness is limited to certain categories of crime. To my mind, for communal disturbance, for other group disturbance, general law and order situation, peace and other things, the community policing looks fine. But to my mind, as we gather from various studies in India, the community policing has not been a great success, except in some areas. And the main reason is that they have probably very uniformly tried to apply community policing. And moreover, I think, don't you think this is the time to get to the specification, certain kind of specialities, like, special policing to special kinds of situation, specialized community policing to, like what they have done in West was very different. So they have deployed community policing, say for instance, vehicle theft, say for instance, drug. So there the community policing was generated to deal with a particular type of problem. Unless we started community policing, then we'll see what kind of crime are curtailed. So crime specific response and the role of community policing is a very important discussion. Initial level, it is fine. When Vijay Karan started decades ago, Delhi became the pioneering, the then commissioner. He is considered to be the man. But then he was also very general. He started general theft, residence association, but specialization didn't happen. This is probably the result of many researches which are now coming up and which are now dealing with community policing issues.
One good thing that happens during community. But I'll just listen to that guy even if he rings me up.
Sir, when you decided to look at the measurement of certain, decks and all that, I think though you have pointed out the limitation, but I don't know how you are going to, surpass them in your future editions, especially the sample size and the inventory, because when they are taking us to some misleading conclusions, with Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, they are ranking high, so you have a sizable sample.
Yeah.
Probably that error is between that.
So that is something which I have also been feeling very guilty about.
Sorry, it's out of my.
Yeah. No, it is very, very important.
No, I'm the unscheduled person for this, but I'm tempted to.
But this is something which I have been feeling very guilty about, in fact, while listening, because.
But it's a great effort.
Ah.
But methodologically, this is a great, but this can be overcome, Raj.
So this time what we are trying to do to overcome this, I have started this, I have announced some kind of a volunteer scheme in which students and youth are being asked to register. And we want to register about 10 students from every district, in the country. From some districts, I've already got 20. From some districts, I've already got 20 or more. Yeah.
I have, sorry, I just had one.
Very good report there. Your methodology and.
Thank you.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I was not aware of this one.
Thank you.
I'm going to
Thank you.
read it.
Sorry, just to try to bring it back to data and policing. So you have been DGP I think for a long time.
Yeah.
You've been in senior positions. You have known that there is a dearth of human resources infrastructure in the policing. You probably also know that police bungles up sometimes by mistake, sometimes deliberately, especially at the lower level. And the repercussions are on the entire criminal justice system, specifically the judiciary. What, if anything, can be done using data, the tools that we have today that were not there probably 10 years ago? What specific illustrations can you show of actions that can be taken against policemen while investigation is going on by, filing charge sheets which do not stand and so on? So those are some of the issues. How can we use data to increase police's own accountability, keeping in mind the data evidence of police's own limitations?
So it is, there are two, three things. One is from the point of view of the officer's performance. This is being now in many states. In fact, this was started by some police officers who are very tech savvy. They started preparing preparing a certain kind of app for police officers. Like, for example, if I am an investigating officer, I'm going to the field to investigate, let's say, murder case or a rape case or whatever it is. There is an app that has been prepared with a certain set of information which he has to fill there. And then that app feeds a certain database. That app is supposed to basically help that guy to proceed with his work. But then that app feeds information at the district level, which the SP is able to use. And from that, an MIS is generated. An MIS is generated to see, for example, this guy has been an investigating officer. He looked at, let's say, 10 rape cases during the year 2015, and all the 10 cases have gone, have been dismissed because the quality of evidence that has been collected or marshaled have been found to be absolutely useless. So that information has to be used by the SP while looking at his training needs, whether he is actually trainable, whether he has been actually doing it deliberately, taking money from people and, watering down the evidence that is already available. In some cases, they are just being idiotic. Even the best of available information, they fail to notice. So different reasons are there. And using this, I have seen some officers bringing out, actionable tools to assess the ability of police officers in their investigative skills. Identifying their skills and then deciding whether this guy can be posted on these sensitive jobs or whether he should be taken to a different kind of assignment. See, those kind of things. Similarly, in in the traffic police, for example. Delhi is notorious for its poor air quality, as was being mentioned by the Honorable Vice Chancellor. So it has been found by just looking at the health records of traffic policemen that traffic policemen suffer more from, lung respiratory pulmonary, infections and this, more than even their counterparts in other, like in a police station, for example. This shows definitely that if a man is exposed for too many years on end on traffic policing, then it. So like this, there are hundreds of possibilities.
Give some time to.
Yeah. Yes,
You
sir.
can have
Yes,
a
yes.
short response looking at it.
Since we are,
Every opinion value.
So there's a student.
yeah, since we were talking about police reforms, I just wanted to mention that one of the core functions of the police, so far as judicial adjudication is concerned, is investigation. So, is there anything done regarding the segregation and separation of investigative unit from the ones dealing with law and order and protocol? Because that will give expertise to the officers dealing in investigation. Because often what we observe at the time of remand is that the case diary is always written in a particular manner, and there is a pattern which always raises doubts. And then sometimes the accused who's lodged in a different jail, say the Tihar jail, he is not produced on the other day for remand. And the reason is that the concerned police officers are busy in the protocol duty or there is some VVIP movement. So there should also be a segregation of the investigative wing who are solely dealing in investigation. And the law and order and protocol should be separated. So is there any step in that direction?
Some states have done this in a limited manner, but most states have not. Poor states like mine, Assam, for example, we have in most of the rural police stations, there will be 2 or 3 sub-inspectors. Okay.
Because at least in the technical offenses like forgery or
Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is, let us say there are 3 sub-inspectors. There are already 400 cases pending in that pending investigation. I'm saying pending investigation. Then every month he gets about 3 to 4 new cases, 3 to 4, sometimes even more. Now the day he is investigating a new case, within minutes he is called upon saying that the minister is coming, you protect him.
Exactly.
Or mostly VIP duties take away these people mostly. Then there is an election duty coming, he is sent to Uttar Pradesh for election duty. Then he has to go to another district where he had to probably go and give evidence in a court. So like that, his attention is is diverted in different directions.
There is also a judgment of the Honorable Allahabad High Court in this
Yes.
regard, in which a direction was given to the state that we should have different prosecution wing, different investigative wing, and separate law and order.
Exactly. But there isn't enough. There isn't enough. There isn't enough people in the strength of the police in many states. That is the problem. But some states which have more money, more recruitment. It's not that Uttar Pradesh is poor. Uttar Pradesh has about 40% vacancies. Do you know? About 40% of sanctioned positions are lying vacant. And what happens is, even if you recruit all of them together, there isn't enough training capacity. You can't train so many policemen together.
One, I was arguing in favor of some procedural issues, and one judge of the High Court told me that Sanjay Vashisht, come back to me the day confession before police becomes admissible. And that is when we will start believing that, there is no procedural irregularity. We have evidence that I think 25 and all. Community policing, insofar as Delhi police is concerned, we have launched a lot of programs, at grassroots level, societies, small, even the beat officers have been made accountable that they have to meet everybody periodically. Senior citizens have their own set of meetings if they're comfortable. And secondly, the only problem is again with the number of officers. There are some conspicuous police stations which are devoid of any female officers, and we do see a lot of POXO matters then being directly investigated by men. Uh, Otherwise, the victim would be comfortable. So, community policing has not achieved what it is, designed to, but there is some start. And community policing is not about just amalgamating police and community. It is also by creating some sort of narrative where the police is able to be friendly, but it is not as easy as it may sound. It's a slow change, I would suggest, but it has to continue in this direction.
Context of this question, that at times you do so many things as far as policing is concerned. But in the context of discussion that we are having, where we are looking at whether the data can help in any way in terms of planning and execution of crime prevention, I'm reminded of the fact that in the UK, when they launched that SCP, means situational crime prevention, they didn't call it crime prevention. They call it crime reduction.
Crime reduction.
And the very idea of crime reduction, which is very relevant to the discussion that we are holding today, vis-a-vis data, they are saying when you say crime prevention, you don't count. Because so suppose there is a patrolling, everywhere patrolling is done. We are so well known to patrolling. Now we don't know for sure whether to what extent this patrolling is curtailing the crime commission in the community. And if so, what is the number of crime actually prevented? So we didn't know crime prevention in specific terms. So suppose there is a crime rate in a locality to 200 per month. By crime patrolling, how much you are reducing? They have shifted in the UK emphasis to see that if I deploy 5 measures, suppose I have increased the patrolling, I have put the CCTV, I have installed some other mechanism. Now, if crime rate was 200, whether next month it is coming down or not. If it is not coming down, so crime has to be reduced. And they say we have to reduce crime by making it difficult to happen. So, time period. So in a 1 month, 6 months, these are the measures. Assessment. Exactly. So they say, for instance, vehicle theft is very recurring. So they brought new technology, new surveillance, new method, whether these methods work or not. And they will be deployed by the local police station if they are not resulting into the number, because number has to be reduced, because there is a optimum crime rate for every locality, irrespective of what you do. First, we need to see what is the normal crime rate of a community. Crime rate 0 to kabhi hota nahi hai na. It is so what is the average crime rate? So above average and below average. So you have to go in quantitative terms. That is the crime reduction
And
policy.
this will also account for fewer reporting.
Fewer
In that
reporting.
case, that is also a policy which the police adopts, not recording as many as
So like CCTV evaluation happened in many places. They say whether CCTV helps or not. So CCTV doesn't help, it deters. Basically, identity disclosure, as Sanjay said, but there is a discussion that it takes, displacement happens. Yes. Yeah, please. So I think, yes.
Within evidence-based policing, we spend a lot of time about how to collect data from the ground, from the citizen's lens, which is one part of the story. The second part is organizational data, within the policing system, 85+% is constabulary, that they are the face, they are the foot soldiers on the ground, the front line of the policing. In case of Karnataka, we had read about this microbeat system, which was very well institutionalized. It's not working right now. It's faded, or probably like it's not institutionalized. It didn't move from individual to institutionalization. Is there any like state which is actually collecting data on constabulary to be able to inform how, say, for training purposes, for the purposes of who's doing better on certain jobs? Like I've heard from a lot of cops that there are these constables who do fantastically on the investigative side. There are a few who are fantastic with the filing. So is there any state or any systematic process in, like, even if there's a city which is doing this to systematically collect data for that 85%, which is the bulk that we tend to meet? And that's where the trust building would happen, probably with the citizens.
This is something which is being addressed by many states. Many police officers are looking at this. Recently, I went to a police training center in Kerala, where 70% of the constables recruited were engineering graduates. Now, when I joined the police, those days constables used to be semi-literate people, or later on it became, metric used to be a landmark. I mean, kind of qualification. Now, the qualification remains the same. In fact, no state has changed that. In the civil policing, that is the people who actually man the thanas, they have to be a minimum, in most most states, it is a metric thing. And in some states, they have tried to bring it class 12, the pre-university kind of thing. But the question that you asked, this, the data what they are collecting is to find out who are the constables who can be given investigative duties. Because now, as I was mentioning, if there are only 2 sub-inspectors in a police station, one way of giving more, easing the problem will be to give the investigation responsibilities to head constables, etc. But to make a constable do the investigation, even if he has got the skills or the qualification, the problem is that the CRPC
Have to proceed for lunch.
Yeah.
We can discuss during the
The law itself will need to be changed. Yeah.
No, I was just saying that, it won't take me more than a minute. I was just saying that this kind of discussion where it has drifted from data into policing is because there is so much anxiety and so much excitement about how poor policing is and what harm it is doing. There is a huge amount of scope for data-basing policing, all sorts of things. One of the things is, what is the cost of crime? When you say that you got 40% or 20% vacancies, or you're not giving your constabulary what you should do, or you're not giving your forensic labs the kinds of infrastructure that you should do, or you're not training because you give your training schools such poor resources. What is the cost of crime to the taxpayer, to the community, to women, to development? All of these things have to be measured. It is not enough to keep on moaning about whether the public is even satisfied. Only you and Common Cause do this work of finding out what is it. There is virtually no, within the police, there is no welcome for this kind of work.
No, even if it's not welcome, we have to do it.
Even if it's not welcome, you have to do it. But apart from subjective information to the police that you are not liked, which is not taking us very far, but it must be done. You need objective data constantly. And I'm sorry that the BPRN deal is not here, because they could have enlightened us about what their plans are to do more work and to welcome people like academic institutions, IJR, all the other, the ARTHA and all of these people, and welcome them to be much more collaborative in creating localized data that can then be turned into action.
Thank you, everyone. Please join us for lunch in the multipurpose hall. Thank you.
start with the session?
Good afternoon, everyone. So I welcome you all to the session 4 for the day. The topic for this session is NCRB presentation on crime statistics and prison statistics. We have amongst us Vinay Kumar Pandey, Mr. Vinay Kumar Pandey, and Ms. Divya Singh from National Crime Records Bureau. And we also have our discussants, Sugandha Mathur from CHRI and Lakhwinder Kaur from IJR. And Ma'am Nainika Singhal. So I request you to please briefly introduce yourself so that we can start the session.
Good afternoon, everyone. Wish you all a very good afternoon. Myself Divya Singh, and I'm from Indian Statistical Services, 2017 batch, and I'm currently working with National Crime Records Bureau. And we have with us Shri Vinay Kumar Pandey. He's Chief Statistician at NCRB, and he is from Indian Statistical Services, 2004 batch. So we have a presentation about the overview of the crime and prison statistics published by the Bureau. So this is the outline for our presentation. First, we'll start with the brief of the organization, then the reports that are published by NCRB, and then the methodology of the reports that will be explained in great detail. And then we have a word of caution for crime statistics. That's the word of caution we have been endorsing for a more informed usage of the crime statistics. And third is the components of the report, like how the reports is published, how the data in the reports is designed. Of the organization, NCRB's motto is empowering police with information technology. This has been the guiding light of the organization. The organization was set up in 1986 on the recommendations of the Tandon Committee, National Police Commission, and the MHA's task force. Basically, Tandon's committee was set up to streamline the available crime records in the country that were available at the district level and the state level. And there was a process, there need to be an organization at the central level that needs to just process all those crime records. And then the suggestions from the Tandon Committee, then they were given to National Police Commission. And then finally, the MHA's task force discussed the modalities of the organization. And that was how organization came into force. There were basically 4 existing organizations that were merged to form NCRB. One was Directorate of Coordination of Police Computers. Other was Central Fingerprint Bureau, CBI, and Statistical Branch of BPRND. These 4 organizations were merged to form NCRB. So NCRB is mandated to function as a repository of information on crime and criminals. And then subsequently, NCRB was entrusted with the responsibility for monitoring, coordination, and implementation of the crime and criminal tracking network system, that is CCTNS, in the year 2009. So this is the 3 reports the Bureau has been publishing, covers data on various aspects of crime, accidents, suicides, and prison administration in the country. We have 2 reports, Crime in India and ADSI, that is Accidental Deaths and Suicides in India. These 2 reports are completely based on police records. And the third one, that is the Prison Statistics India, that is based on the records of prisons. So this is the first report, that is Crime in India. It has been published since 1953, and it has already been discussed that it is the principal reference document for criminal statistics in India. The report has been widely used by the parliamentarians, government, for policy formulation, senior police officers, honorable courts, and other stakeholders. Data is collected from 36 state cities and from 53 metropolitan cities. 53 metropolitan cities are those cities which have a population of more than 1 million as per census 2011. Information is based on police records, and the latest published report pertains to the year 2020. Methodology for how we collect data for the report is, NCRB's data is based on only cognizable offenses, and the cognizable offenses are divided in 2 categories, IPC and special and local laws. IPC, as we all know, it is a comprehensive code intended to cover all substantive aspects of criminal law in the country. And the second one is special and local laws. They basically represent preventive policing in the country. Special laws are those which are central laws that cover all India, and there are local acts which are applicable to particular part of the country. We cover data on both of them. The counting unit of the cases is the crime reported to the police organization, to the law enforcement agencies. And we have been, for the counting of crime, we use the principal offense rule. That is an international practice that where the Bureau follows principal offense rule for counting of crime. In other words, principal offense rule can be defined as a system of recording of each criminal incident as one crime only. So there is no duplicity of basically registration of cases. If many offenses are registered in a single FIR, then the case which has the most heinous crime, that has the most maximum punishment, that will be classified under that particular category of crime. The reference year for the publication is the calendar year, that is from January to December. Next is the data collection process. So at the end of the reference year period, then we start with the data collection process. That is the January of the following year. We start a data collection process. Data is collected from all 36 state UTs in a prescribed formula, pro forma, that the NCRB shares with the state UTs, and they fill in the data, they give it to us, and then we compile them in the form of reports. The data at this entered by the state UT police at police station or district level. In some states, it is filled in at district level. In some states, it is filled at the police station level. Then the police station level or the district level data is consolidated at the state level. Then it is forwarded to NCRB through an online platform only. There's nothing paper involved. Everything is an online platform. For the filling up of those pro formas, we conduct training for the police officials because we have those extensive pro formas and a training is required for that. We do conduct training every year for them, for police constable, all the functional officials that are actually required to fill in the pro formas. Once we are done with the data collection process, it is important to validate that data because it is coming from states. So it is very important that we validate it before getting it onto the reports. So this is the pattern of the validation. First, the data filled in at the police district headquarters is validated at state level. And the state level data is validated at NCRB. Then we generate the final tables. So when the police station level, the data is entered, we do give them a facility where they can validate their own data. For any abnormal variation or the inconsistencies in between the data, they can check it there only. Then the data is forwarded to the state headquarters, that is the State Crime Records Bureau. There the validation is done by the state police also, where they consolidate the data for all the police districts and the data in the state. And the third level validation of the state data is done at NCRB through a software application for any abnormal variation or inconsistency issues. Then once the data is validated with respect to states and UT, the states and UTs have finalized the data. Then the final tables for the report are generated. As we all know, we have a huge amount of data in our report. So we have been endorsing a word of caution for the crime statistics. So the use of crime statistics more informed and more responsible because the no weightage is given to the nature of crime. This is just the sum of all recorded crimes. Fewer crimes does not necessarily mean better service delivery. Comparison between the crime figures is not advised. Sorry, I need to reiterate the word that comparison based on these crime figures only is not advised. We must look into other factors as well. Socioeconomic causative factors or crimes of the crimes is not captured. We only capture the data on the police station recorded crimes. So we'll just show you how word of caution looks like. Please, can you switch to PDF?
There are two important aspects while using the crime statistics. That's why we are in the very beginning we are telling that we adopt principal offense rule. So count of a crime should always be seen that it is the crime which is being shown is the most heinous crime if there are more than one crimes committed during that incident. And the second is using these numbers because crime is, as all of you would be knowing, it is a very complex result of very complex factors. The causes of criminal behavior lies in the many times in social processes and structures.
people commit crime due to the process of socialization that does not develop strong sense of right or wrong among them. And there are continuously emerging opportunities, the enlarging desires, which many times act as a strong stimulus, motivation to commit a crime, to fulfill those desires. So, and then when we are comparing states or districts based on the number of crimes, normally we suggest users not to rank or not to compare states only based on the numbers, because sometimes states take proactive measures also, so that people come out to record the crimes which are underreported. So if we are comparing states based on these, definitely it will act as a deterrent when they are furnishing the data in future. So this has a cascading effect in collecting and publishing reliable crime statistics. So we very categorically, that's why we are publishing this page. And crime statistics definitely should not be used for ranking. That's all in summary.
Please switch back to the PPT. Now, once we have collected the data, we have validated it. Next step is to publish the data. So the report covers data on various aspects of crime. It collects data on both the spectrums like police disposal, court disposal, pendency, and disposal both. Data is collected from states, UTs, anti-human trafficking units, central agencies, central police forces, and is published across 20 chapters in 3 volumes of the report. That's a voluminous report. And the data published in the report has been segregated state UT-wise, and that is followed by the metropolitan city-wise data for the same set of variables. Data for the 53 metropolitan cities, as I already told you, is covered for the report, but only data for the 19 cities is published in the report. However, for other 34, that is published online, that is additional tables. Classification and publication of data. As we told you, the report covers data on most of the sections of the Indian Penal Code and special and local laws. Therefore, there's a huge data set, there are huge variables on which we have to collect data. So the statistical classification of the crime heads is imperative for a better representation of the data. So we have following 5 categories for the sections to be covered under Indian Penal Code. First, we have offenses affecting the human body. That will include cases such as murder, rape, acid attacks, etc. We have offenses against the state. That will include sedition. Offenses against public tranquility. That includes riots, unlawful assembly, affray, etc. Offenses against property includes theft, burglary, robbery, etc. Offenses relating to document and property must includes forgery, counterfeiting, and cheating. And there are other miscellaneous IPC crimes such as criminal trespass and code adulteration. Similarly, for special and local laws, we have different categories for them. We have crimes against women, crimes against children, SCs, STs, offenses against state, finance and economic drugs, Liquor and Narcotic Drugs Act, Telegraph and Cinematographic Acts. So we have separate category for the vulnerable sections of the society. We have data on crime against women, children, crimes against atrocities, scheduled caste and scheduled tribe, crimes against senior citizens, crimes against foreigners, crime by foreigners, human trafficking in separate chapters of the report. This is a specimen template of the data, how the data is published in the report. First, we start with the data for the last 3 years, and we publish data for important parameters such as crime rate and the charge sheeting rate. Then we move on to crime headwise data, then to police disposal of the cases and the court disposal of cases. Population figures used in the report, as we know, the crime rate is defined as a number of cases registered per lakh population. So the population is important part of the report. So for IPC and SLL, for the general crimes, we use the report of the technical group, that is the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare's report for population. And for children, senior citizens, scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, and metro cities, we use the actual census populations because we do not have their projected populations.
Regarding this population thing, there is a technical group formed to after census is completed, because census is done after 10 years. So for projecting the in between population, there is a technical group formed, and the latest report is in 2020. So we are using for these groups like IPC, SLL, women, we have that estimates, but for children, senior citizen, that is not given. So that is why we are using the latest data of census 11.
So demography, as someone has said, we do not have data for victim, demography of the victim and culprit, but I'd like to mention that we do have the data in a report. In the Crime India report, age and gender wise, that includes male, female, and transgender, details of the victims of different crimes, and is published under additional tables. Everything can't be published in the main report because of the paucity of the space in the reports. And then the age and gender wise details of the persons arrested under various crimes is also collected and published in the report. Data on number of persons arrested, charge sheeted, convicted, discharged, and acquitted is also included in the report. As we all know, human trafficking is a serious crime that gravely violates basic human rights. And in order to strengthen the law enforcement response against the trafficking in persons, Ministry of Home Affairs releases funds to state governments from time to time through setting up of anti-human trafficking units in all districts of state cities. Rupees 100 crore from Nirbhaya Fund has been allocated to setting up of new anti-human trafficking units and for strengthening of the existing ones. So we have a separate chapter for the collection for the data collected from anti-human trafficking units, where the data related to the functioning of the human trafficking units is collected, and that data is forwarded to NCRB through the State Crime Records Bureau. Under human trafficking, we have data on the following variables. What are the cases registered with anti-human trafficking units? What is the demography of the victims trafficked and victims rescued? Nationality of the victims rescued and the purpose of the human trafficking, like for what purpose were they trafficked? And the disposal of cases, that is charge sheeting and conviction. Referencing of the data, since it is a voluminous report and we use a lot of sections, so a well-defined glossary we have at the end of the report that's for the description of all the sections that we use in our reports. We use the abbreviations such as I for incidents, V for victim, R for crime rate, and various others in the report that are exhaustively defined under abbreviation sections of the report. And the calculations used any if in the column are mentioned at the bottom of the respective tables. That's it for crime in India. Our next report is accidental deaths and suicides in India. It covers data on the accidents and suicides in the country. It has been published since 1967 and it is used for policy formulation, parliamentarians, researchers, and other stakeholders. Data is collected from 36 state cities and for similar 53 metropolitan cities. Information is based on police records and the latest published report pertains to the year 2020. Since it is also based on police records, so the process of collection and validation of data is same as crime in India. Next report is Prison Statistics India. Prison Statistics India is a principal reference document for prison statistics in the country, and it has been published since 1995. Data is collected from all state UTs. Information is collected from prison directorates of state UTs, and it is consolidated at NCRB. Data relates to prisons and prisoners in the country, and the latest published report pertains to the year 2020. The data collection and validation process of the report is as follows. First, we issue a proforma, a software proforma to all the states and UTs. The states UTs further forward that proforma to the prisons of their states. The data is filled in by the prisons of the states and UTs. Then that data is forwarded to the state headquarters for validation for consolidation. And then the final data from a state UT is given to NCRB. And NCRB validates that data, basically it scrutinizes it for any abnormal variation or inconsistency between the data. And then once the data is finalized, tables for the report are generated through a software. Classification and publication of data once we have received the data for the report. So it is important that how we represent the data in a report. It has been specially curated to cover all aspects of the prison administration in the country. The aspects covered in the report are prisons types and occupancy, We cover data on what types of prisons are operable in the country, such as central jails, district jails, open jails, women jail, boarding schools, and how their occupancy rate, how many people are in those jails. Second is prisoners types and demography, like what type of people are in that jails, are in those jails, what is their education level, what is their age and other demographic details. Then Indian and foreign prisoners, well, we have seen there are certain number of people, well, they were Indian or they were foreigner. We have details on that. Under what offenses they have been incarcerated in the prisons. We have details of that. And how long they have been incarcerated. We have details on the chapter under sentences and incarceration. Prisoners release, transfers, and movement. It is often seen that the prisoners need to be moved to the courts, to the hospitals, and to the police stations as well. So we have data on that one. Deaths and illness in the prisons, we have aspects, so we have covered that aspect as well. Jail breaks, escapes, and findings in the prison. Rehabilitation and welfare. Well, we have a different section for rehabilitation and welfare measures taken by the prisoners. Prison staff strength and training, prison budget and infrastructure. We have recently included transgender category and the gender classification of the prisoners. Publication of data, state duty-wise segregated data is published in the report. Because the report is huge, so a brief summary of the data covered in the report is published under the executive summary. Various graphs, tables, and charts are included in the report for a better representation of the data. And trend of the data over the last 60 years is published in the relevant chapters for comparison over the last years. Good practices followed by the prison administration. Since prison is a state subject and various good initiatives are taken up by states and duties, so we have a dedicated section in the reports for such activities where we mention all the activities that have been taken up by the state's duties for it to be a source of motivation and inspiration for others as well. And the details of rehabilitation activities of the state's duties are included in the report. And we have data on number of NGOs working exclusively for the welfare of women prisoners has been included in the under the rehabilitation and welfare of prisoners section of the report. Thank you. That's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and ma'am, for a detailed presentation. Many of our questions were answered as we were discussing earlier. And I particularly work on prison reform, so my questions will more be targeted towards the prison statistics. And I would just like to say what Ms. Sahani was mentioning in the morning, that to have localized data available for stakeholders to plan better and to manage these institutions better. So, for example, when we publish the statistics on overcrowding, occupancy of prisons in prison statistics, that is a state level data, right? And a lot of times we find, and especially, I'm speaking from the COVID experience that have, that's been there from the last 2 years, when the high-powered committees were formed by the Supreme Court and they were asked to identify certain categories of prisoners who could be released. And now when they looked at the state-level overcrowding or occupancy figures, so for example, Bihar said, oh, we do not have overcrowding because overall their occupancies were 90%. But when we look at prison-wise occupancies, then the complete, the situation changes, and that requires certain efforts from, on the end of the prison department to sort of. So my first question to you is that since you are getting this information, yes, you are getting this from the prison headquarters in a collated manner, but and we also see that some of the raw data or these these tables are also available on data.gov.in, where you give these as
in exercise.
Yeah, these additional tables which are published. is there a plan, or do you think that that is important to also publish this prison-wise data in data.gov.in or any of the NCRB portals, if that's possible?
Raised a very valid point. Actually, NCRB's mandate is decided by Ministry of Home Affairs. Okay, and at central level are more interested in state level, UT level data. So as of now, I think there is no proposal to publish it. But in any case, states may always promote and pursue states to publish their report on on the line of our reports. So definitely states can publish their similar reports in which they can include prison-wise data. And after all, state is prison is a state subject. Center is only working as a facilitator for like model prison code or these things. So as of now, there is no proposal.
Price occupancy rate in a report, so you can refer to that as well. Yeah.
What she is saying कि average में तो वो चीज नहीं आती ना.
If I may just, you've just included data on transgender prisoners, and I think that's a great improvement because the more data that comes out, there will be an improvement for their facilities and their conditions in prison. Do you think there are any other improvements that maybe can be brought out in the report?
Which report?
In the PSI.
PSI.
In the PSI report.
Right? Suggestion users can give. No? You people are active users. You need to tell us.
And so in 2017-18, I think when Dr. Ish Kumar was heading NCRB, I think there was a process which had started on the review exercise and along with BPRND, I think. And I remember that we had also made a detailed submission on, what more could be added based on our experience of working on the ground. So is that something that you think is important to sort of review this over a period of time where more data, and I know that more data sets have been added in PSI over the years. So
see, in my view, I have been working in NCRB since last 1 year only. In my view, acceptance of model prison manual by the state is the need of the hour. Data definitely can be subsequently collected accordingly, but need of the hour is the acceptance of model prison manual by all the states. And MHA is actively working on that. I think Madam and Sir would be aware of the development. As of now, prison I don't think it.
Wonderful suggestions.
Yeah. Definitely. We are always open to any suggestion. And we categorically write in our report that any suggestion would be, any feedback suggestion will be welcome.
Is there any consultation with states done to improve maybe the performer that you send to the states? Maybe the states have some feedback.
Definitely that since it is, we give the training in beginning of the year. Like one thing I would like to tell that we are ready with the 21 reports also. It's only 8th month after completion of December, and we are ready with the reports any day, perhaps today evening, tomorrow, day after tomorrow, any day it can be released. So when we start the work of next year, that means January. For 22, we will be starting in January 23. We work in actively with states, with the local officers, with the concerned persons, and anything what you are suggesting, definitely all these things are factored in.
I have a very procedural question to ask. For example, there are a few times in reading the report, I found a few changes that have been made over the years in categories of several things. For example, in the Crime in India report, in the before 2015, there was like an exhaustive list of complaints against police officers, and and the type of crimes committed by the police officers. And over the years after 2015, that has come down to now around 7 heads only. May I know if there's a reason behind that change, or what is the process of cutting down on the category?
Actually, the pro forma for report and the parameters were revamped largely during 2014 to 2017. And most of the changes that was, I think now we have stabilized. Definitely there are still scope for future changes. Like this year, we will be bringing transgender figure of victims also. Yeah. Disposal also will be in 21 CII. But that massive reform was done during 14 to 17, and that was done because definitely administrative issues are also there. So that was done. There was, I think, a committee, MHA.
Yeah, we have a rationalization.
Rationalization committee. So that committee looks into all these aspects and they decide what has to be merged, what has to be collected, what has to be dropped. Real-time data from CCTV for what? Not as of now.
That would be e-prison. E-prison.
No. That is asking a very valid question. That has still not been done. And I think that is not still under consideration also. Data, I have been active practitioner of data. I would like to tell that I was being offered physics, maths, and chemistry in 93 when I joined my BSc. But I don't know why I chose statistics over chemistry. I was topper, but even then I chose statistics. So I am hardcore practitioner of statistics. Like crime data is very statistics, data itself is very sensitive. So what you are saying, sir, is means CCTNS is made with a certain mandate. Once the state knows that this data is being used for some other purposes, other than what it was mandated, definitely quality of data may change, deteriorate. That is why in our report also we don't try to compare or rank states, because as we told in our word of caution, crime is a result of complex factors, and ranking a state just based on the number is a very preliminary kind of analysis. Because many states are proactively, they are creating women help desk so that women can come to report, because under-reporting of crime is more important, which has to be tackled rather than counting of numbers. Vulnerable sections should be able to come and report. They should have faith, they should have trust in the system, as our earlier speakers all were saying. So, yes. Sir, you are more experienced in policing field than me, but there are some crimes which are having very less chances of under-reporting. Like murder cannot go under-reported, but rape, or there are many crimes. As you would be knowing, more than around 94-95% rapes are being are attributed to known offenders. Isn't it surprising? And then if we think जितने रिपोर्ट हो रहा है उसमें से 95% अगर नोन है, तो you can imagine the social aspect of getting it under reported. So that is why we never try to, because there should be a study, means you people are researchers, there should be a study which type of crime is getting how much under reported. That can be used as a proxy, like a correction factor for it. I asked my seniors also in police service, they told rape is highly underreported because of social concerns only. And that too when 90% cases are, 95% cases are due to known people, families, relatives. Isn't it surprising? Only 5% rape cases are. That is why the mandate of CCTNS is only to track. If we use it for any other purpose, definitely we have apprehensions that its quality may go down. And second issue is how principal offense rule will be appropriately applied there, because that is the most important thing in our publication. We have a well-established data series since 1953, and it is very well established. I can say I am not defending because I am a statistician. I am defending because I have experience of 23 years. And any data, any fudging, any data engineering cannot go for 75 years, 76 years, 70 years. It is really difficult. I claim that our data is credible, highly reliable, despite of all those constraints. Underreporting is many times not because of police purpose. Underreporting is because of victims also. We all know that underreporting is definitely police personnel also many times don't want to report. So it will be there in any country. I think in India it may be more. It may be less in other developed countries, but it is crime is sensitive thing. So underreporting is inherent.
So, sir, as in the methodology, as you said, that data validation is done at two level, at the district level or the where the data is being taken on, and then at the state level, is a headquarter or other. Then, is there a possibility or is there a chance where NCRB also validate the data if they found any anon?
Definitely, we have told now we have 3-level data validation. First level is a district level, and that data validation is not done manually. It is done through software, online software application developed by NCRB. See, I am proud to inform you that all our data software application is being developed by our own electronic data processor staff, processing staff. We have very excellent staff with us. They themselves have developed that data processing, data validation, data consolidation software. So at first level, district level also, it is done through that software only. Then again, it comes to state. State again sees it with other factors because district is only looking it as district level, and state validates that data at their level. Then at NCRB, we validate considering all other factors of all India level, and then we send our comments to back to states for either they check and vet it, confirm it data, or if there is any error, they have to rectify it. Only when they finally validate data, we go ahead with the report.
I mean, I actually I should have said that first. I really want to congratulate NCRB for coming up with these detailed reports and annually. I mean, I know it is a Herculean task when you're dealing with pan India data. So, what are your top 3 or top 5 challenges that you face in finally publishing this data? Right.
I think Divya would answer because see, I think 3 years.
have overcome all the challenges, I can say that. That's great. But
Actually,
we would, yeah, just
we have very tough bosses, so they have taught us that there is no challenge existing for us. We work day and night, and night 12, get a call, यार ये चाहिए. बस चाहिए तो चाहिए, उसके बाद कोई क्वेश्चन नहीं है. मतलब वो challenge सबके हमको.
Like, yeah, you were also mentioning that you have a very small team, limited team to work on this. Yes, yes, that we can definitely.
I feel proud. The government of India, I think I work in Ministry of Finance, in field offices, Ministry of Labor, Ministry of Statistics, and now in NCRB. After seeing so many organizations, I have found such a wonderful staff, which is common in government, common in any government.
Can I ask the question?
Yes, please.
When you say 2 questions, one is when you say that the data is validated, what exactly does it mean? How do we know that the data coming from a police station is truthful? I'm not talking about underreporting, overreporting. I fully understand that. We are underreporting, and the work that is done by ORCA and by CHRI, etc., indicates the difference between the crime and the actual incidence of crime. TK, that's not a matter of concern for the NCRB. But how does one know for sure that what is being told at the police station and then being checked at the state level before it comes to you can be something that you can rely on? It's not What I'm saying is it's not necessarily your responsibility. You've got the information and that's okay. You can use it. So there's not a question of faulting, but a question of how does, in general, we know as a society that what is coming into the report has an actual grounding. That's one thing. The second question I have is that very often I haven't looked at it recently, but when I used to look at this data, I would find that human rights violations by police, 7, 9, 12, stuff like that. But on the other hand, other databases or other places which capture this kind of data, like the State Human Rights Commission and the National Human Rights Commissions, the violations reported may not be actually proved, go into the thousands. So how do we measure then? Because then we can't make a conversation with policing about what to do about this. Are they really only 7 or are they 107? That's the problem that I face as a researcher.
We only have the mechanism that SERB is being headed by a very senior police officer, ADG rank officer. And we accept data only if it is coming after his signature, his endorsement. We can presume that whatever he is sending based on the police reports only.
But there's no other objective way of looking at validation from your side. I mean, going down.
Statistical methods definitely we adopt. But what you are talking is more of administrative thing. Because we are getting police records data. So if means you are talking about if somebody is fudging the data. So that for that only we accept only after the very senior officer's endorsement, that is ADG level officer.
And a police subject, so reports are maintained by the SCRB only. So
Correct.
we have to take their word for the collection of data.
That's what I was asking. When you said validation,
Yeah.
I was wondering what are the methods of validation?
Validation is just for any abnormal variation or the inconsistency thing. We are not questioning them, is it right or is it wrong? Because they have this proper machinery. Police is a state subject. They have the records. They give us that data after a proper validation, a proper checking. So we take their word on it.
Do you ever ask them what they do to check back?
Find anything?
No, but not when you find it, but randomly. For instance, do they ever check back to see whether what they have got in front of them? Is there any sort of physical validation that this is what the truth of it is?
For us, truth is what the state says, because police.
From your point of view, I
Yeah.
understand.
Yes.
But I'm just trying to establish probity.
That's a federal structure we duly respect because we also respect the state's duties. So we do not go into probing is it right or is it wrong. So we have to have a very sensitive relationship with the state's duties where we just take their word so that otherwise we have a lot of issues coming from them also.
Sure. Yeah. In the PSI report, I remember from 2017, I think West Bengal had not submitted. In such a case, is there any way to follow up with the state in
I was just going to say that, ma'am, because whenever we interfere more, these type of things happen, like states non-responsive. So getting data is, I think, more important. That like West Bengal didn't give present data for 2 or 3 consecutive years.
Yeah.
18, 19, then 20. Our boss had to visit West Bengal specifically for getting the data. So some data is, we think some data is definitely, data may have issues. And definitely when you are talking about NHRC and SHRC data, these data are definitely, any organization has its inclinations to such type of data means.
Sorry?
Type of data.
Yes.
Definitely is more sensitive for any organization. So I don't think we just have to rely whatever they are giving us with the signature of a very senior officer.
Because it becomes difficult to defend
We don't have to defend that.
No,
is not
no,
our-
it becomes difficult to defend the statistics on, let's say, human rights violation, because there are 3 or 4 different repositories which seem to have different pieces of information.
Sir, on a similar note, just probably a supplement to that. How do we take the data into consideration? Like, as you said, the senior officer would judge it. So is it only the registered crimes, or like you pursue it? So there is a possibility that suppose a person has been wrongly been booked, and let's say after 3 years it has been found out that he is not guilty, he is not convicted, he is acquitted.
That report also, that data also we are publishing.
So as such, there won't be any duplication or like that process we take care of.
Speaking on kind of that duplication, I feel like I recall reading that in order to ensure that the quantum, the quantum of overall crimes is roughly consistent, that I think the methodology is that sometimes the most like heinous crime is the one that's counted, and if there are multiple other charges, those aren't maybe counted as separate offenses in the data. So first of all, is that true? And like, how does that work from a protocol or a methodology? Like, what level would that kick in if that does happen?
Yeah, we've already explained that we have a principal offense rule for the classification of crimes, because as we see for a particular case we have registered, there are different types of a crime in a particular case. So the case for the category which has the highest offense, the maximum punishment,
principal offense.
yeah, that will get classified under that category. And there's no truth about maintaining a certain quantum of cases in the.
Okay.
There's no truth about that. Thank you.
So I was actually just about to ask you something related to that. I mean, I understand the logic behind the principal offense rule, but do you also have data which we can use about, the extent of crimes with all of the sections that were the remaining sections that got left out because of the principal offense rule?
As far as crime in India is concerned, we do not have that data.
Right. I also had another suggestion. So I was going through recently some data on cyber crimes, for instance, and there are, different crime heads where you describe the motives behind the offense. I wanted to ask you how do you go about defining certain terms that are used as motives? Because, I mean, if you say that there's a political motive behind a cyber crime, then what exactly does that mean? And also, I mean, or if you say, for instance, that it's a psycho or pervert, because that's also a motive, this thing. So maybe if there can be some kind of clarity on the definitions that are being used by you, and also some kind of transparency in the process of this categorization, perhaps.
Okay, so we collect data mostly for the IPC crimes and the defined sections in the law. So for understanding of the crime, sometimes we need data for motives also. What was the motive for a particular crime? So in that case, we have a statistical classification of what possible motives could have been. So we have a pro forma revision. We do consider that these are the motives that could have been behind the possible cyber crimes. Then in a training session, we do properly define them for the states and duties. These are the motives.
I meant for the readers. Like for me, I wouldn't know what exactly falls under political motives of cyber crimes, right? What kind of cases or which provisions of the cyber laws apply to those kind of cases. So
It's mostly a wider category, and it's also based on how the states see that particular motive. There's no particular definition for that. The states use it, and they think it is more closer to that type of an offense, so they report in that category. Because there cannot be anything on the borderlines ki pervert hi hai ya फिर political hai. It can be both. So we have to seek it where it needs to be classified. No, we do not have that. No. Yes, because they have to analyze a particular crime, then they look into the data, proper charge, everything, investigation is done for it to be classified as a political cybercrime. We'll definitely look into it, ma'am. We'll definitely look into it. Yeah, that's something we can look into. Thank you.
NCRB, I think it also has statistics on the conviction rates. So do we have it statute-wise or it is a general conviction rate?
We have crime head-wise, we have for different states and UTs.
No, like statute-wise, like we have IPC, we have even the Motor Vehicles Act. So a challan is also a conviction and a conviction under 302 is also a conviction. But is it like statute-wise or it is a general conviction rate?
State UT-wise, we have data for Motor Vehicle Act and how many states and UTs conviction rates.
It is crime-wise.
Crime-wise.
Then again, there is a bifurcation that sometimes conviction is on the basis of the confession of the accused, and sometimes it is after complete trial. So is it there any bifurcation that no?
It's just final conviction.
But I think there should be a bifurcation because generally, if the accused himself or herself confesses the crime, then the credit generally doesn't go to the prosecution. It is a conviction, but it is based on the confession. And even if it is on the basis of confession.
So my biggest gripe with the Crime in India report is that the methodology section has been reducing with every edition, which makes it very difficult for us to understand how you apply certain rules. Like, for instance, the principal offense rule is described, but how is it applying to, say, a legislation that I am studying, which is the POCSO Act? How does it apply there? Because when I look at the district-wise crime against children table, it says Section 4 and 6 of the POCSO Act read with Section 376 of the IPC. Now, I don't know which provision has been taken into consideration while applying the rule.
Principal office rule is a general classification technique we use because
Right.
POCSO 4 and 6 and 376 almost have similar kind of provisions. So
Yeah.
we have clubbed that category. If it is read with 376 and or it has POCSO 4 and 6, then it will and it has been against children. So
Yeah.
it will get classified under that category.
See, our publication is a statistical classification. So we have certain limitations, definitely. Like ma'am was saying definitions. We already have 3 physical volumes and lot of additional tables on website. So we start defining, in my view, definitely we will consider it. But if we start defining all the things which we publish in report, again we will be publishing 2 volumes of definitions. I think so, Divya. Because then everything will have to be detailed.
But as researchers, sometimes it's important for us to understand how certain numbers are arrived at, right? So because like if we're comparing data sets, like I have data from eQuartz, but I can't compare that with NCRB data at all. Firstly, because eQuartz districts will be different from the administrative districts. And just also because I don't, at least with eQuartz, since we collect the data ourselves, we understand how it's being collected and how it's being categorized because we do the cleaning ourselves.
What we can suggest, you can contact us through email or phone. We will clarify it. Okay.
Okay, sir. Sure, sure.
This is going to be my one point that can we think of a regular interface between some researchers and yourself, where when we have certain obstacles and doubts, how we can approach you, if there can be a some kind of a method that we are not spamming you and also we are not feeling like हम तो जिंदा ही नहीं है, मतलब हम exist ही नहीं करते.
The one last, actually, it is a concern that I want to share. So, because I work on prisons, I see that there's so many areas where the functioning of the criminal justice system sort of comes together, and there's so many interlinkages which we see. So right now, like when we look at the data, it is, we are talking about prison statistics in silo, the crime in India, the functioning of judiciary, everything is like, working or even the data that is available is in silos. So, I mean, and we also have judges here, we have the data experts and you particularly, what are the ways in which that you think
just thinking out loud and from a vision sort of a way, if I have to ask you, what could be the vision of coming up with these, these correlations and these interlinkages when we're talking about, say, if we have to sort of compare the arrest data with the inflow in prisons, if we have to compare, on the judiciary side, the delays aspect to periods of detention in prison. I mean, what could be a way to sort of, get it all together and something that makes sense?
Before that, I will come definitely. I wanted to tell you one or two things which government is considering at very senior level for this overall reform in the criminal justice system. Okay, because in previous sessions we had a lot of queries on those. Like we always say that data is being actively used by government. So I will give examples also. Government is basically judiciary, prosecution, and this scientific investigation, which is actually crime can be prevented or deterrent environment can be created only if a offender or accused or a criminal is sure that I am going to be convicted if I commit a crime. This is not my wording. This is the wording of a very senior police officer. So definitely any country would like to increase its conviction rate. So for conviction rate, what government is thinking that quality of investigation could be improvised. For in that direction, recently there has been passed a bill, Criminal Identification Procedure Act. I think you would be aware about that. So that is one part where samples, ambit of samples to be taken from accused means arrested or convicted persons have been increased. Rules are under process of framing. So that is one part. Then judiciary reforms also government is working. Then on forensic, because need of the hour is that we need quality investigation that can stand in the court of law. So for that, in every state, state forensic institute is going to be functional very soon. And forensic experts will be definitely coming out from there. So quality investigation leading to conviction, high conviction rate, especially in heinous crimes, definitely can act as a game changer in prevention and reducing crimes. And then coming back to your question, integration of all this platform is under process at various levels. So definitely what we were 2 years before, we are right? So 2 years after, definitely you will see the changes in all these aspects. In policy level also, in this bringing various data sources to common platform so that users can better utilize these data sets.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely yes, because our motto is empowering police with IT. We are actively working on that. NAFIS has recently been launched. You would be aware. So we are actively working on that.
Okay. In the spirit of all of these changes,
yes,
are you also planning to bring in some kind of a dashboard like NJDG into the NCRB? Because NCRB has been pretty much
For
following
what
the same.
purpose?
Well, for the purpose of displaying the real-time statistics of what is the state of crime in the country.
As of now, we are producing this static data,
which is an annual data.
This is an annual data.
The same methodology has been followed for almost since 1953, right? But NJDG and what they have done is that whatever are the statistics, yes, yeah.
But what some other speaker was also suggesting live data means per day number of crimes for districts, states. As of now, there is no proposal to create any dashboard. Dashboard is secondary thing. As of now, there is no proposal to even collect or disseminate this type of live data. But definitely, as on policy front, ministry is very active. Like number of under trials increasing. It is, see, we don't know what ministry is doing. Means common person don't know what ministry. Daily they are having meetings on all these fronts. Frequently they are having. So government is very keen to reform this criminal justice system. Very soon, I think all of us sitting in this room will see the results also. I think within a year or two, within a couple of years. Sir would be aware, sir is very senior, sir would be aware.
That was a wonderful session. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
So now we'll be starting with session 5. So for session 5, we have our presenter Neha Sinha, ma'am. And the discussants are Dr. Hanif Quresh, Mr. N. Ramachandran, and Mr. Avnish Saxena, District and Session Judge, Gautam Buddha Nagar. They're not doing anything. And what is what देखो क्या है ना सिर्फ रिपोर्ट से क्या है और वो बात है अंदर रिपोर्टिंग ही सबसे बात है
मतलब पुलिस की वजह से भी इतनी प्राइस होती कितनी लेडी जाती है मुश्किल है ऐसा बताओ पता है ना
So shall we start? Yes. So I welcome you all again to session 5 for the day, and the topic for discussion is evidence-informed approach to policing in India, how data can inform diagnostics and implementation. We have amongst us our presenter Neha Sinha ma'am, Deputy Director Artha Global, and the discussants are Mr. N. Ramachandran sir and Mr. Avnish Saxena sir. So please briefly introduce yourself ma'am to the gathering.
Hello, I'm Neha Sinha. I'm the Deputy Director and Associate Fellow with Artha Global. I have a background in economics and I work with a team which consists of ex-police officer and lawyers and data scientists. So the work that I'll be presenting today is actually expertise from all these different backgrounds. Thank you so much and I'll hand it over to you.
Good evening. I'm Avnish Saxena. Presently, I am a district and sessions judge at Noida, UP. Prior to joining of the service as a higher judicial service, I was for 15 years as an advocate at Lucknow High Court and thereafter joined the services. I'm presently here for last 13 and a half years. Thank you.
Today, through this presentation, what I'll try to do is to just share some examples, illustrate how we have approached this problem of diagnostics and how data can be used for diagnostics and implementation support at the state level. Actually, before this, let me just introduce the organization that I belong to. I'm with Artha Global, and it's a research and advisory organization that works with leaders and governments to create, design, implement, and institutionalize to support this entire process for citizen improvements. So essentially, the way we look at questions, the problem statements, is completely oriented towards socioeconomic development, citizen well-being, and different approaches and different ways through which we can achieve that. I'm presenting the outline of the presentation that I've done today, I'll be doing today, and I'll just begin with the idea of why rule of law is such an important ingredient to socioeconomic development. Then talk about a little bit about the framework in which we work, which we call the justice continuum. Not a novel name, but just the way that we look at the different inflection points where we can contribute as outsiders and not people within the state towards improvement in rule of law. Then I'll present a few examples from the work that we have done over the last couple of years I'll begin with data that we collected on outcomes of rule of law, which is essentially on crime numbers on the ground, on safety perceptions, on the opinion about rule of law in general, and then go on to the supply side measures, because we actively work with state governments, state police departments, to help in diagnosing weaknesses and strengths within the police machinery, and how that can be useful for the purposes of improving the organizational capacity. I'll just end with a glimpse of the next set of data-driven work that we'll try to do in this space. Our work is entirely on the policing side. So to look at the objective with which we started off working in 2016 in this space was socioeconomic development. And we think it is embodied by these 4 factors, which is good quality of life, equal workforce participation, ease of doing business, inclusive market-based economic growth. Now, there's a gender lens to all of it. There is the vulnerability angle to all of it. And it's also very closely linked to the Sustainable Development Goals 3, 5, 8, and 11. But how do we achieve this? One of the very important factor to achieve it is rule of law and equitable access to justice. How do we achieve this? And that's where institutional capacity makes a lot of difference. Institutional capacity has come under question, like we have all seen in the conversations today also. But how do we even go about understanding what's the capacity without having complete data? How do we go about doing this when we know that there is no way to actually have we can't merely rely on official data to be able to completely gauge the extent of the problem that we have? Our work is mainly focused on policing, because that's the first interface of police with the citizens. And we aim to improve the police-citizen interface through the diagnostics and implementation work that we do. We when we started off working, we tried to look at the different phases of justice. And we tried to put it in a framework, a visual framework, which we refer to as the justice continuum. And over the last 6 to 7 years, we have worked on a diverse set of pieces, more and more with the state governments and with the city police departments, and less of independent pieces, just like researchy pieces with which we started off. In the course of the presentation, I'll take 3 examples from the work that we did independently with the State Department and with other partners from global network that we have of experts from diverse sets of people. So starting off with the demand side diagnostics, which is essentially to understand what does the citizen actually feel. We did talk today about the fact that the data at NCRB, the data that's collected at the official level, is a fraction of what may be happening on the ground. There is, in the US and the UK, it's been happening, crime victimization surveys have been happening for decades, since 1970s, I think, in the US, in the UK since 1980s. These are the ways to actually complement the official records to be able to get a little bigger picture of the diagnostics, the problems on the ground. The other problem was that we have data only on crimes. We have no systematic assessment of what safety perception. We do not understand what the outcome of rendering a certain level of rule of law actually has on people. So the attempt, we started working in this space entirely with this particular piece, which took quite some time, but doing a crime victimization survey and a safety perception survey through 4 metros in the city in India. We did this in Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, and Bangalore, and we covered 20,597 households across these 4 metros. This was actually a systematic attempt at collecting data on victimization, on the reporting of the crimes to the police, the opinion about police. This was independent of somebody being a victim or not. And at the end, we had a bunch of questions to be able to assess what the perception about safety is. So we did this between 2016 and 17, and we asked people about their views for and their experiences from the last 1 year. We did this at the police zone level, which is the administrative zone level, so that it is useful for the purposes of actually management within the police organization. And so the exercise took a couple of months to be able to collect. Here I'll present a few data points from the survey. The first attempt was to understand crime, the incidence of crime and the reporting of it. We tried to cover 7 sets of crimes, ranging from theft to missing persons. But what we got very good data, in the sense very rich data for theft. Because we wanted to make population level estimations, we needed a certain level of data to be able to make those estimates. So I'm presenting the data on theft here. What we found over the 4 cities was that only 6 to 8% of theft was being registered as per the survey. So if you see the yellow circle, that is the circle which shows the level of theft happening at the population level. The white circle shows the ones who approach the police, and the purple circle shows the ones who were able to register the crime. So the registration, which is the purple circle, is a really small fraction. This is only in the case of theft, and this is for a certain period because the survey was done in 2016-17. We have not been able to repeat the survey. We hope the government will do it. This is just for the purposes of illustration, and it should be also looked at from the perspective of this particular crime, because the data collected for the other crimes was not as rich. Also ask people as to what happened, why didn't they approach the police? What happened, if you approached the police, were you able to register the crimes? So in the case of the ones who did not approach the police, there were several reasons. There was a huge gap. Huge bunch of people actually filtered out at that very point. It ranged from did not know where to go, didn't think it was serious enough, didn't want to be caught in the court and court matters, etc. So there was a huge chunk that actually did not even approach. The ones who approached about in Delhi and Mumbai, around under 20% were able to register the crime, and in Chennai and Bangalore, around 40% were able to register the crime. Again, in this case, on the positive side, what we found was that there was satisfaction in the people who were able to register the crime. So in the case of Delhi and Mumbai, this was around 50%, and in case of Chennai and Bangalore, it was around 80%. The satisfaction was primarily embedded in soft skills. Now, again, like the reasons that we found through the survey were things like they were approached politely, they were promptly looked after. So elements like this can be very useful. And I remember when we presented this data, we went around all the commissionerates that we had surveyed to present this data. We got responses like this is a great tool to actually inform our training, because we need to actually inform our training that improves the delivery of services to the people. Again, like I just like to go back a little bit on this particular thing. The way we should look at underreporting is that when we have underreporting, we only know a very small fraction of the problem that's happening on the ground. When we know that there's a very small fraction, how do we even invest in the organization that is actually providing the services to be able to actually address all those issues? So the idea is not to actually pinpoint the problem only, but idea is to actually inform the investment into the organization so that it actually performs its duties towards providing the rule of law to the citizens. So with the satisfaction of police seemed fairly good to us, and it also threw up very good data points on where trainings, where normative ideas can be actually informed within the policing organization. The next set of very important part of the survey was huge, so I can't possibly present all of it here, so I've just like included some highlights, was safety perceptions. We asked at least like 15 to 20 questions around safety perceptions, and I'm just presenting 2 of these questions. So we asked people when they started worrying about women being outside their home alone. The answers that we got, and we had these were all like objective questions. So we found that in Delhi, for that year, there were nearly like by 9 p.m. almost entire population was quite worried about a woman being out after 9 p.m. alone. In the other cities, the numbers were lower. The bar graph that you see on the side is actually the ones who always felt safe. So in case of Delhi, it was just 1%. In the case of other cities, the numbers were better. The same question when we asked about when did they start feeling worried when a male member was out of home, unaccompanied, at 9 p.m., the numbers looked decent. The numbers jumped up drastically by 11 p.m. Now, these are norms that are part of our daily life, so we don't really question them, but there can be cost associated to it. It can be something like a woman cannot be out to work after a certain time, or if you have the money, you pay for an Uber or a more costly way of travel, and it is a cost that actually ends up being at the citizen's end. So while we don't question these aspects, I remember in my hostel, I was asked to be back by 7. It was a cost. It was because it is actually unsafe. So nobody wants to take that risk. Talking about when there is lack of safety, how does it impact people? It impacts people by actually like normalizing certain ways of living, which would not be the case if it was really very safe. So something like avoiding walking alone, avoiding walking at certain times, keeping away expensive stuff. In very, very difficult conditions, it can be withdrawal from the socio-economic system, which happens to a lot of women, which happens to a lot of vulnerable communities. So there's a cost involved to all this. We should also kind of understand as to what people perceive of seriousness of crime. And there was, of course, very, very different set of answers from all the 4 cities. And this is also a very important point to look at in case of Delhi. Again, in that year, the number was high, but in the other cities, it was lower. In case of Chennai, I think 70+% of people felt that it was not much of a problem, which is a great data point for any city to have. So even these ideas can actually make for a great management tool for the organizational leaders. Just looking at crime recorded, which is a fraction, does not give the complete picture, and we really need to systematically invest into an infrastructure of data which can push for the idea of having a little more holistic idea of what's happening on the ground, how the citizens are perceiving the issues. So this is just an example again of the survey as a police management tool, because we, with the resources that we had, we were able to do it at the police zone level. I remember while we were working on the survey, we had a committee which had police officers working and retired and people from different communities providing their ideas. And from the police officers, we used to always get this recommendation, do it at the police station level to make it absolutely useful. We didn't have the resources to be able to do it, but if there are resources, that then becomes a great performance indicator. It becomes a useful tool to be able to budget, to staff, to actually predict your resource allocation for the future based on the trend analysis, etc. So this particular survey, our attempt was to illustrate, and what we did over the course was similar to what Mr. Ramchandran, you did, and I remember I had even come and presented it to you, was to actually take it to all the stakeholders within the ministry, within the state police systems, at National Police Academy, state police academies, to just illustrate that this can be useful tool. let's like seek an instrument like this at the national level, which gives a granular idea, also district level idea at least, or like whatever is the resources. Let's make good use of this. This is an investment into the future. So after this, I'll actually move on to the supply side angle, where research and doing research from the citizen side is one aspect. We should also be able to understand organizational weaknesses and strengths, and how that can inform in improving the policing organization to be able to perform its duties to the best of their ability. During the course of doing this survey, we met a lot of champions and leaders within the system, and it was actually very encouraging to find a few who were really interested in bringing evidence-based research to inform their training mechanisms, to inform their organizational culture, etc. So we ended up working quite a bit with Madhya Pradesh Police, and I'll present two examples from work that we did in partnership with them. The first one was done in 2019-20, which was with Madhya Pradesh Police Academy, and we had an international partner also doing this with us, which was from Marin Institute, New York University, providing us with technical help on this aspect, where we went to the training academy at the state police level, and we did the survey to be able to understand the satisfaction of the recruits with the training practices and understand their expectations on training programs, as well as to identify factors of motivation, because it is a very, very difficult task to be able to be a police person. So what are these factors when you actually join the organization? And what are the different weaknesses and strengths during the training program straight from the recruits itself? We were able to do this survey for the deputy superintendents of police recruits who were there at the academy. We did this for two cohorts. One included 128 recruits who had completed the first year at the academy, and the second was with 37 recruits who had completed the entire training program. So this was done like it included each and every training in the whole survey process. We asked the recruits the aspects they liked, disliked, and what they would like to change in the training program, the channels of communication that they typically use on the job and during the training, the overall satisfaction from the different aspects of training. And we try to contextualize this with the demographic details, because people come from different walks of life, and we can't really actually look at data without understanding their backgrounds. The areas of improvement that we found through the survey were regular evaluation of the faculty and grievance redressal mechanisms, improving the quality of indoor training and curriculum. What was found was that the outdoors training was there was better satisfaction with outdoor training, but there was a lot of indoor training which was not practical, and it did not cater to the duties that they had to perform, because there was a bunch which had also had the field experience. Need for an internal feedback mechanism was something that came up quite a bit. Focus on personality development. There was a huge alliance on this, that there should be, during the training program, there should be some inputs towards their personality development, and it should not just be a regimental exercise. There was also a demand for infrastructural changes to improve the facilities at the academy. This is just a glimpse of the results that we had based on the survey that we did, and the police academy has actually addressed, has been working on this since 2020 to address some of this. To some extent, the pandemic helped in terms of improving the indoor quality of training, because when people went to move to web-based training, they've also had positively access to a lot more trainers and a lot of variety of trainers, and also interactions with a huge set of network. So this is in works. The second one we did was with constables in the state of Madhya Pradesh. So during the first phase of the first wave of the pandemic, when most of us were, like, at least like I was indoors, but the front line was completely the police. Apart from the medical community, police was actually on the ground, and of that, the main chunk was constables, since they make the entire almost the entire organization. We wanted to understand, along with the Madhya Pradesh police research cell, as to what are the factors that are motivating, what is the autonomy and agency factors, what is the internal communication, and how can these be improved? Since this was the beginning, we really didn't know the pandemic at that time will draw on for so long. So this particular survey was done in August of 2020. We covered 773 constables through Madhya Pradesh across almost all the districts. And this particular survey, the results should be read only at the sample level because of the constraints due to pandemic. We did this through a web link, and we could only do it, like, the results should be just read at the population level, because otherwise the studies which I had shown initially can be actually read at the population level. As per the survey, the most important of the duties that they had to perform were quarantine orders, distress calls, public education on hygiene norms, contact tracing, and distribution of essential supplies. We asked constables about flow of vertical and horizontal internal communications, the factors that were motivating them to go beyond, like, while everyone was worried and indoors, there must be something that they're, apart from the order, that is keeping them on the roads. The degree of autonomy and agency available with and deployed by the constables. What we found in terms of key findings, the first one is, of course, not at all surprising, that a lot of web-based, WhatsApp-based communication actually happened internally. And this was vertical as well as horizontal. By horizontal, I mean within peers. By vertical, I mean with seniors and juniors. The flow of information, which was to a large extent enabled through the web-based formats, led to clarity of information despite not being able to, like, meet your superiors or juniors, the entire team, etc. The two-way flow of challenges and suggestions to what was happening was good, but there were some concerns around anxiety with seniors, communication of anxiety with seniors. There were also behavioral and cultural challenges that acted as a barrier. And these could be anything from the norms in the organization saying that one should not actually communicate worries, anxiety, etc., to probably like seniors saying that, okay, enough of anxiety sharing, and rather having roadblocks around that. There was a high sense of camaraderie, which was an enabling factor, which came across very strongly in the survey. These aspects are really important because camaraderie is actually an enabler to the organization, and so organizational culture can be pushed towards a more camaraderie-based system. So there can be efforts made towards building those kind of organizations. There was a strong sense of public duty and an appreciative environment at the workplace was a big motivator. Finally, the good autonomy and agency amongst constables while on COVID-19 duty made for a good ingredient in the entire process. That's all. I think I'm done from my end. Thank you so much.
So far as research work is concerned, you have initially stated that only certain percentage of cases have been registered. Apart from those who want to get it registered, but the police does not register it. I have my own perception that those who want to get their cases registered, 100% cases have been registered. Why? Those who have been registered by the police These are registered. And if these cases have not been registered, they approach the court under section 156(3) CRPC. And from court, they get the order and the case has been registered. If the case has not been registered, the case, the concern grievance has been registered as a complaint under section 200 CRPC. Hardly 1% of the applications under section 156(3) get rejected, meaning thereby 100% cases of those persons are to be registered as a crime. So whether your survey has considered those applications under section 156(3), then how could it be a clear picture?
It's not a clear picture. It's just a see, a survey cannot, the survey is based on completely what citizens did when they were a victim of theft. And this survey cannot be looked at just independently. It has to be complemented with official data, with triangulated with data, like you're saying. So it's just like one piece of the entire puzzle. And that's why, like, we have to not think that this survey is the end of it. I think we have to look at the holistic picture.
Obviously, when any survey is being done, it is done for the society at large. But so far as the registration picture of the cases to be registered, it is being projected before the persons, the people of the society. They come, it come to the knowledge, it come to their pictures queue that only certain persons, certain cases have been registered and rest of the cases have not been registered. Is this picture a true picture for the society? I don't feel it is a true picture for the society. True picture, registration of the cases under section 154 by the police, registration of cases under section 156(3) by the courts, who direct the police to get it registered. And on that basis, the cases have been registered. So for giving a holistic picture to the society at large, that cases to be registered, so those who want to get their cases registered, they are registered, 100% registered.
You should also know that these are the ways to actually be.
Everybody knows. Who come to the police station, they come with a police, with an advocate of the society. And society give them the impetus that if, let it be, if their case will not registered, it will be registered through court. Doesn't matter. And we come across the FIRs, and almost all the FIRs are being written by an advocate. Not even a single FIR has been written by a person who is a victim of the crime. It is there. Huh? Even at the local area, whenever they approach the police persons, there are drafters who sit outside the police station and they give a cost. These are the factors which are not known in the field. They are not given in any of the law books. But these village barristers are there. The police, the Thana persons are there. The persons who are sitting just adjacent to the Thana. Any person come with for registration of FIR, these persons are the first person to hold them, to catch them out.
In fact, a sub-inspector of police in the sub-inspector of the CISF was going on a motorcycle with his wife in Delhi's, you must be all familiar with Delhi Munirka, where they went and parked with the motorcycle, and the lady came out and he was parking the motorcycle when two guys came on a motorcycle and snatched away her. her chain. Now, the police station is only 150 to 200 meters from there. Okay. This CISF guy ran to the police station and said, look, this has happened. Chain snatching. So the Hanadar there or whoever was there, he said, chain snatching, all cases have to be filed online. We will not accept it. Okay. Now, this incident has just happened a minute back. And maybe if the police comes out, immediately goes to they will find some clue. But this guy says, no, no, no. All chain snatching cases, according to our latest instructions, you have to file it online. Okay. So this man comes back and with his wife goes again to the police station. And meanwhile, they discovered that his wife's blouse was torn during this. So this man says, no, 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 her blouse is torn means there has been a case of molestation. So I'll register the case. Okay, it becomes a case of molestation and not a case of chain snatching. Now, after some time, this guy was known to me. He rang me up. Then I spoke to the to some senior police officers in Delhi police, and it took a totally different turn. So what I'm trying to say is, in actual practice, the case getting registered or not getting registered, or whether it is getting registered with the help of the court's order, etc., they all get extremely complicated. I mean, very complex on the ground.
Madam, so far as prevention in A, they don't register the case without prior permission from the government. So what I believe is that though it is a mandate for the police to register FIR in every cognizable case, but still we don't have that much of legal awareness in the common people that they report every offense. Because I've worked as secretary of the District Legal Service Authority, and in the legal awareness camps, even after a decade of having the Domestic Violence Act, I think hardly 60-70%, even 70% of the women in the camp, they were not even aware that domestic violence is an offense and you can file a complaint. So though there is a mandate, but we lack that much of legal awareness. People are not aware about their rights.
So coming back to the statistical part of it, I was just wanting to find out, have you, I mean, while designing your questions, some like interaction with police officers and let's say people like
and judges.
Persons with judicial experience, number one, on the one side, and behavioral scientists, somebody, any behavioral scientists or.
We had a group of people with practicing police officers, statisticians, lawyers, and of course, like researchers like me also on it, to come up with a survey instrument, and also like discussing with organizations such as CHRI and other organizations which had also attempted to do this. We actually didn't look at behavioral aspects, which I think more and more is quite important also because there is, of course, there's a bias when people respond. So perception questions must always be looked at after doing that filter around behavioral aspects, which we hadn't done.
Why I was asking this is that I am eternally looking for that answer. What kind of questions can elicit the right answers? And maybe Radhika can give us some light about this, how it is designed, how the questions are designed, and how you make.
I, no, absolutely. Um, I think so that we need to be careful in how and where we are placing the questions, and if there are some points of inquiry which are about issues that you cannot directly ask, you cannot directly find out if the police, if you ask them, do you think that women are liars, they will not say that. But you have to sort of, and I'm not saying that exactly, you cannot ask leading questions, you cannot ask, there are of course several rules of any kind of survey and a question framing, and you have to abide by all of those. But also what we do at Common Cause and CSDS is very often for a particular point of inquiry, we ask the same question in different ways for triangulating, the responses and trying to see whether there is any kind of trend emerging from and placing them at different, places in the questionnaire. So it's not asked one after the other in a battery. Instead, it's one question might be asked at the beginning of the survey and then another in the middle, another at the end. And very often we find that the data sort of complements each other from each of these variables. But I was listening to the discussion that you were having, and I kind of disagree with the fact that police are, they register all cases. And in fact, in one of our surveys only, we found with the police personnel, and this is them telling us, 63%, I think, said that they did not believe they believed that a preliminary inquiry was necessary before the registration of an offense, even if it was even if it was a serious case. So, I mean, that goes against the very legal sort of basis of, direct registration of FIR. And it is, I mean, of course, there is a power and privilege aspect attached to everything. But despite all of that, for instance, I have had instances in my personal life where I have had, let's say, cyber crimes happening to me, and I've attempted to file that, and I've waited in the police station. I'm a lawyer by training, and I research on policing, and given up, and just not been able to do it. And not everybody can spend days in a row trying to first go to the police station, convince them, then go to the magistrate. And I suspect that the proportion of people who would not, insist on the registration of their cases would be quite high, actually. So I kind of disagree with you there, sir.
So what is the takeaway that we are, as far as evidence-based policing is concerned from today's discussion? Like Maya, of course, in the last discussion, she mentioned that we should possibly look at various localized kind of data sets and then try and learn from them and see if there could be interventions at the ground level based on the learnings from them. So what are the learnings that we can take away from this discussion? And maybe from the discussions we had throughout the day on evidence base.
First, I wanted to just add a little bit more on the behavioral aspect of how to inculcate that in questions. While we hadn't done it because we were not we didn't understand that space well. But I think over the years, after working in this space and doing more surveys, we have learned that apart from placing the questions in different parts of the survey, the other method is to actually getting the answers, the options that the survey has, also through a very small pilot, and not through the perception of 4 people sitting around a table, and creating that survey questionnaire. It's really important. And recently I was for a safety index survey that might happen in a state. I was working with a psychologist who suggested these aspects, that you should not rely on just like 4 people around to come up with those answers that could be the possible solutions. You should do very quick surveys, which could be really less cost, very economical. It could be just like in-person meeting 20 people and figuring out what the different options should be, so that you do not like forget about, do not include the thing which could have been really important. So that's one of the ways, since you're going into the survey. And the second is that sometimes surveys, I think like for a group like this, we do not need to emphasize or make the case for data as diagnostics and implementation support, but just the fact that like, let's inform our policy decisions, implementation process through a holistic form of data, be it not just survey, be it survey plus all the data that we collect from other sources, official data. Collecting all that, and also not just at the citizen level, but also at the organizational level, to be able to actually address in a very holistic way. That's the attempt that we have had over time, and making it simple to understand, not a very complicated, jargonistic way of communication, but actually simplifying the problem so that it becomes useful to the policy decision makers. And actually actually like working alongside is as important as actually publication independently. So a combination, a hybrid model should ideally work.
So, no, sir, for the
on the basis of data. Basically, so far as data is concerned, it is good for the policy making. But so far as judges are concerned, we won't do anything with the data, because every particular case we have to take a decision, and the holistic data we can't use in that in that cases. So the data are good for the policy making. It is already available. It is already available. On the NJDG, it is available, complete data. What are the, so far as the case data is concerned, so there is already a law that only the parties could take out the certified copies of the orders until unless the case is decided and become a public document. This is the basic problem. We can't share the data of all the cases with everyone, because it's not the data in RAM. It is the data between the parties. And once it is decided, it is open for all. Obviously, and the court is basically having these legacy data. You don't have anything else. Basically, my question, this topic is evidence-informed approach in policing in India. What is this evidence-based?
Like actually supporting the idea that like making policy decisions and implementation with data, like backed by data, to support the entire, like not based on just perceptions and anecdotes, but actually having systematic collection of data, be it from the, as a consequence of the operation, like it was being discussed earlier this morning, plus actually actively collecting data, holistically looking at this, and then informing our policy decisions, and not just having the data for the sake of it.
Because every case is a separate case and different from other.
Absolutely. Policy decision. This is like macro policy decisions which need to be taken.
No, to sir, you said about the day's proceedings, so I just want to suggest for your next survey, if you could do a stakeholder survey, like you ask judges questions, You go to legal aid also, you ask police officers. I think public is very important, of course, but also the active stakeholders are also need to be surveyed and how they perceive the problem, which I think we should all probably look at. Common Cause is done with policing. They've interviewed the lower ranks. There might be other isolated studies, but I think we also need to look at stakeholder survey in improving and overcoming the challenges. And I totally agree with you, sir, that maybe in deciding cases, data has no role because every case has its own data. But I think the point we were or everyone's trying to make is that how to improve efficiency by using this data, how to make certain policies that is possible. I think the extreme right, I think you had said about using intranet data from judiciary, or how to club. I think you had said how to club certain cases. So I think those are the ways
Those are the things.
Yeah, those are the ways.
Which requires the transformation of judiciary and AI-based reading of the data is there.
I'll share my experience as a registrar listing of High Court Lucknow bench. We use the data in, while preparing our roster of judges, the kind of work we have to allot to the judges. Then we use the data. Suppose service writs are large in number. We have more benches for those cases which are larger in number. Suppose like the bails are decided at the very first instance. So we have very less cases of bails. So we have only 1 or 2 courts dealing with bails. So that is how there we use the data to frame our roster for the working of the courts.
Thank you so much, everyone. Is there any question? No. You may please.
CHRI's similar survey on victimology, and we almost came to the same conclusion because we only did it in Delhi and Bombay, and it was very small. And so your study was even more validating of the difference between crime, in the incidence of crime and the reporting of crime and the registration. We found exactly the same thing. Perception survey, Delhi was much more cautious about going out at night, etc. But I wanted to ask you, I wanted to make that comment and also say that, again, I want to emphasize the fact that all of this needs somebody to take it forward to look at the cost. When you say that a woman cannot go out after 7:30 without her family worrying in Delhi, but she can go out at 10 o'clock in Bombay or Bangalore, you are preventing that woman from, say, going to work, becoming a nurse, attending to emergencies, studying in the evening, improving her chances of getting a job, and therefore it all ends up with discrimination. And that discrimination is institutionally then becomes solidified into bias within institutions, because then when a woman is raped or molested at 7:30 or 8 or 9 o'clock, just like Nirbhaya was, the question was, why was she out at all? Rather than why was she not safe when she went out? So it feeds the data, knowing the data feeds into understanding the institution and then repairing the institution, repairing the bias through training, through the creation, the bringing in of more women, bringing in more diversity, posting people, even putting in lights, street lights, so that, or having transport, bringing those. So you can't have that without having the data. So, we must be able to illustrate why the data is important. And the other question I wanted to ask you was, how much did it cost you? We designed the whole thing with Nielsen, and we were very careful, Radhika, at that time about the positioning, etc., because they were professionals. We were not, but by the time we learned how to do it, and then you did it afterwards, and then they did it, and so on and so forth. But it cost us something like 40, 45 lakhs. So we couldn't do it more than once. But the government, how much could it save if it did that? So how much did it cost you?
Almost double of yours.
But it was much bigger. Four cities, yeah.
And
Sample, almost double the cost, which is very huge for small like I think there is a discussion around having there is a discussion around having a holiday survey.
Yes.
There is a discussion to do it at machine level, not for demand form practices. Given resources, even at DPRNG's level, they are trying to do an all India survey, which will be the largest. Will cover lakhs of people, and it will also not just cover citizens, it will also cover police. So they also have a short survey for policing personnel, especially the frontline, the beat police, beat police level also to gauge the kind of challenges that they have in provision of services that they must provide for the citizens. So if not for COVID, COVID has really like spoiled quite big opportune moments for this sector at least. Like we would have had the first developing emerging economy aspect like this, and when we as researchers also try to like use this data for calculating the kind of opportunity costs that people have, that women may have, or anyone else may have. We again come to the same set of problems that we don't have the data to holistically. It's really hard to be able to make the case for institution that's needed for betterment of the citizens. So it's a complete pipeline of issues, but probably it starts from like just investing some money. And again, I'll just like talk about one anecdote when the last modernization fund was sanctioned. I remember one of the experts had said that even if a very small fraction of this went towards modernizing the data architecture, that would make for a leaps and bounds in the whole rule of law scenario rather than investing in hard equipments. So like soft tools such as data is as important for the entire like machinery and for people's well-being. And like we should widen our horizons towards what modernization really means.
The cost of crime in India and globally, and they themselves have written this in their document, that if you spend even 0.5%, that is 0.5% of what is being lost, it can bring about almost 10% reduction in the loss. So that is the kind of, study that they have done. Yeah. Thank you.
Very sorry to interrupt you, sir, but thank you everyone for this wonderful day. And I request you all to please join us for tea in the guest house. And tomorrow we meet at 9 a.m. We'll have an online session with Erindra Gonzalez. So please be here by 9 a.m. so that we can't afford to delay the sessions anymore tomorrow. Thank you so much. I don't want to get the scolding.